Global Network. Your number one global network.
First of all, I want all of you to know that August 8th will go down as one of the most important days in the history of the liberation struggle of Uganda. August 8th is the day when the World Bank announced suspension of any new money in the sector. So the people who are asking you questions, why are you going all the way from Boston, for example you, to protest in Washington, D.C.?
That's right.
In front of the World Bank?
That's right.
If they ask you that question again, give them the answer. August 8th. That is the power of protest. The gentleman who is joining us today, Professor Ron Daniels, let me see his official bio here in the program. Dr. Ron Daniels is a renowned scholar, Pan-African, and the president and founder of the Institute for the Black World 21st Century, IBW 21. He's also the convener of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue, PAUD, which brings together independent African, American, South American, African, and Caribbean immigrant organizations to strategize solutions for the challenges facing African peoples worldwide. Within the Pan-African Unity Dialogue, which hosts a quarterly meeting, of which Black Star News and myself are a member, we have what is called the Crisis in Africa Committee. And then within that, we have a task force called Stop Museveni. That is how seriously Professor Daniels takes his campaign to contribute toward the liberation of Uganda. And why did we select Museveni? Yes. Because Museveni has caused destabilization not only Uganda, the entire region. Yes. And we thought that by helping to resolve the situation in Uganda, it will benefit the entire region and Africa. And Professor Daniels is not engaged with Africa in a theoretical or academic sense. He is engaged in a practical sense. He has participated in protests in front of the Ugandan mission to the UN in New York City. Give him a round of applause. He does not preach struggle. He engages in struggle, the practice of struggle. That is why I want you to know the caliber of this comrade who is joining us in today's meeting. Now, I want him to come here and share some of the wisdom he's learned by engaging in struggle for a long time. Professor Daniels was engaging in struggle on a Pan-African basis when the continent was still fighting for Uhuru, when we were still resisting colonialism. So he used to go and protest in front of the South African embassy, for example, during apartheid. And the other European countries like Portugal that were still colonizing in Africa. Now the irony is that in the 21st century, he is engaged in protest in front of the embassies of an African country. A reactionary leader like Museveni, who preaches and practices neo-colonialism. So he will share the wisdom he's learned from having engaged in struggle for a long time against European colonialism and now African neo-colonialism sponsored by the United States. And yesterday he got to see a bit of the documentary, The People's President. And from that documentary, which inspired him, he has more ideas of how sisters and brothers in this country can take this struggle to the next level. and he's going to share some of those ideas when it comes out to the podium. Unfortunately, he is also going to be chairing today's quarterly meeting of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue, so that is why he will not be able to stay long on the podium. He literally has to speak and run. I don't think he'll have time to take any questions. I will be happy to take questions on his behalf. If he can take 1 or 2 questions, that's fine. But the most important thing is for him to be on time to start the next meeting of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. I think I've covered the most essential points. Give him a round of applause. Professor Ron Denver.
Well, thank you very much. I was listening last night to People Power. And I'm reminded that the Black Panther Party used to say what? Power to the people. So there appears to be some synergy there. I am in a real bind because when we talked to our esteemed representative, Dr. Kanumba, we advised him that I did have to leave. I will be with you all day today, but I do have to go and moderate the meeting of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. And the idea was, well, the program will start at 9 o'clock, and I know we have something called, in Black America, we call it CP time, called People's Time, but it seems like it's also African People's Time, and it's something we need to cure. My beloved sister, got to see her, one of our elders, she was in the room first. She and I came into the room at the same time, and she came, she said, oh, I'm on time. I'm looking for her because I liked her. She was just walking around here anyway. So anyway, she's one of our elders. She understood the importance of starting on time. So it's one of the things I wanted to share. I also quickly just want to, because among other things, we have to force this relationship between Africans in America, African Americans, your kinfolk, and the diaspora, the Ugandan diaspora, and the diaspora in general. And in that regard, we need to understand each other's history and symbols. So, when we played the U.S. national anthem, you said, I put my head down, because I do not salute the U.S. national anthem. We don't respect the U.S. national anthem because we still see it as a symbol of oppression. So in meetings between us, we play the Black national anthem. There's a song called the Black national anthem. We will play the Black national anthem. And since we respect the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the greatest mass organizer that Black people have ever seen anywhere, we would never have a meeting in which we do not have the red, black, and the green alongside these other flags. Even if you have the American flag, where is the red, the black, and the green? The universal African flag of all of our people. So now, what I'm going to do, because I really don't have time to do what I need to do, I've told Brother Milton out about it. Let me just amplify a little bit about what we talk about. Because we have to give this brother a tremendous round of applause because he is a part of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. He chose our passports. But when he came, he chose the passport for crisis points all over Africa. We made a strategic decision that we were going to focus on Uganda because Museveni is the destabilizer in chief. And so we went. When Museveni came to the United Nations, we went to the United Nations. There was only a handful of us, maybe 15 of us. And we protested. We said, stop Museveni. And then we recorded it. Even before the Ugandan diaspora was really that well galvanized, we took that step. This brother led the way. And then we took the next year, we did it again. Then ultimately we took a group of people to the south, to the Ugandan embassy to protest. Why? Because we know that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And we use that to help protest. And we have supported every meeting of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. You know what's on the agenda? The Stop Mussolini campaign is on every agenda of the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. Now, the first thing I want to say to you, because we are going through together on this. When I spoke to our president yesterday, and unfortunately he's not here, but we appreciated the fact that he came to the state of the Blackwell Conference, which we just held, a global conference that we just held.
Yo TV channels app kateli big and better. Anti app nyamwemu otuke munsi y'okunyumirwa. Selectinga Yo TV channels o streaming live radio net TV. Oba Kibanda Express katandike butandisi nga bw'onyumirwa ebinna Uganda. Ate ku Bolingo Extra supporting music wa Uganda ne comedy. Kyokanga ku muto abana bakunyumirwanga n'okuyiga olw'akatuni ow'omulembe abaako ate ng'ayigiriza. Downloadinga app ya Yo TV channels leero.
So I know about Nkrumah. I know about Malimo Julius K. Nyerere, Sekou Touré. All of these are the people that inspired us as young Pan-Africanists. And we are terribly disappointed with what we see in terms of what Africa has become. All of these self-aggrandized, corrupt leaders. We did not fight the struggle in this country supporting the liberation movements in Africa to produce Museveni's. That's not what it was about. So Africa and the world needs what we see in the struggle that the National Unity Platform represents. You have the potential to make history and to advance history, because what Africa needs is a model. You know, all over the continent, we see the same thing. There are very rare glimmers of light. Young people, like Bobby Wine, are rising up all over because they are tired. There was a woman named Fannie Lou Hamer. When you learn our history, she said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. People are sick and tired of these bankrupt, corrupt leaders overseeing the richest continent on the face of the earth. Africa is the richest continent on the face of the earth. And it ought to be, as Garvey said, the basis for global black power. He said Africa, Europe for the Europeans, Asia for the Asians, Europe for the Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. Not in a negative sense. So the point I want to, if I don't leave any other thought, it is this thought. You are the promise. What we see in Uganda is the promise. So I've told Milton, with the Pan-African Unity Dialogue, we will focus on a whole lot of things, but we will be focusing on how we support the National Unity Platform, because you are the future for the African world. That's what you represent. That's what you represent. And so as you represent this, there are certain key things that you'll need to begin to develop based on some of the experiences that we hope to share with you. And what I am planning to do, because I won't be able to do all that I said I'm going to do, I told Milton I'm going to record a special message to the National Unity Platform so I can more fully sort of share my ideas and some of my thoughts. But what I'm going to close with is some of the plans that we have, some of the ideas, my brother, that we want to move on moving forward. Because the question for today's panel was how to impact U.S. policy. And we can do that. But one of the most critical ways to do that is to have a firm and strong relationship with the Congressional Black Caucus in this country, as well as civil rights, human rights leaders. Because one of the things that we also need to understand and learn in terms of as we work together is the bridge that you came across
All people of African descent ought to be aware that the bridge you stand on today is because of people that you need to understand in terms of their history. Whether it's El-Haj Malik El-Shabazz, or whether it's Fannie Lou Hamer, or whether it's Harriet Tubman, you need to know that. They fought the battle to make it possible for you to be here. We have to have that understanding so that we can work together. But I am going to invite, I play a leading role with the Congressional Black Caucus. And we're going to have a major session on reparations. I am going to invite our president to be a special guest for the Congressional Black Caucus. And I will personally introduce him to key members of the Congressional Black Caucus. And while we are there, the documentary that we saw last night, that powerful documentary, we are going to, with his permission and with your permission, we are going to have a special screening of that in Washington, D.C., because we have the Pacifica Broadcasting Network. We're going to ask them to co-sponsor it, and we're going to show that documentary. And then we hope to be able to take that documentary city by city by city, because we are determined that the United States of America is going to respect the aspirations of the people of Uganda. They are going to respect the aspirations of African people, and they are going to stop investing in murder and crime and victimization. We are going to help get that done. And finally, one of the things that we hope to do, we hope to organize, and Mel Foote will be here later, but we're talking about organizing a delegation of African-American leaders, civil rights leaders, human rights leaders, faith leaders, labor leaders, a delegation of leaders. We intend to come visit you in Uganda in the very near future. So I will be here with you the rest of the day, and we hope to, at some point, meet with the president, because we have a copy of the Baltimore Declaration that has a beautiful picture of him. He delivered a historic address at the State of the Black World Conference. So we hope to caucus with him. I'll be here to meet and greet and to answer questions and so forth. I do now have to rush to convene this meeting. But I close with this thought: the battle cry of people who have gone before us, those like Maurice Bishop. If you don't know Maurice Bishop, you should know him. He is the late, great leader of the People's Revolutionary Government of Grenada that helped to rise up against oppression, but he was a global leader. Because the other thing is, we are Pan-Africanists. We are Pan-Africanists. We believe in the unification of all African people everywhere under a progressive agenda. But also the battle cry of the 60s and the 70s, which we're still very, very relevant today. We close always with a luta continua, a luta continua, a luta continua. Long live the United Africa, the United Platform. Long live Bobby Wine. Long live the Uganda Revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ron Daniels, for that powerful presentation. And we look forward to working with you and the Congressional Black Caucus in the struggle to liberate Uganda. Professor Ali-Mahdi, were you finished with your remarks? I'd like to give you an opportunity to also finalize your remarks. And then we shall go on to invite our Secretariat to officially open this event.
Sisters and brothers, another round of applause for Dr. Daniels, even as he walks away. You know? One thing I know about Dr. Daniels, when he makes a promise, he delivers. When he called for protest in front of the Uganda mission, He said, Milton, I'm going to be there at 12 noon. I went there. He was there at 12 noon. In fact, he got there before me, I'm ashamed to say. But I wasn't too late, maybe just 3-4 minutes late. And he's right. The initial protest, maybe there were 4 of us. Next time, there were 15 of us. But the most important thing he has decided to do is to commit his energy to help us remove Museveni. And he's doing it because, as you could sense from his presentation, he has a deep love for our African people. And yesterday, I sat next to him as we watched the documentary. And he pulled out his notebooks and he started scribbling. And I was trying to explain some things that were happening in the documentary that maybe I thought he didn't understand because, you know, Ugandan context. But he had no time for that. He kept saying, shh, shh, shh. That's when I said, he's now fully committed and we're going all the way. And then he started sharing the notes with me. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. He said sometimes we're involved in too many battles because there's a lot of things going on in Uganda. I mean, in Africa, on the continent. I think it's better sometimes to focus on one main battle. And right now, as we are watching this documentary, I've decided that the focus is going to be Uganda and Museveni. So everything is online nowadays, so please Google Dr. Ron Daniels, you know, Professor Ron Daniels, the last name D-A-N-I-E-L-S, and his organization, Institute of the Black World 21st Century, or IBW 21, and also Google the Pan-African Unity Dialogue, because I want you to send him a personal message of thanks, even after you leave here this weekend. Send him an email and thank him. And also ask him what you can do to help him help us. This is a great opportunity. He delivers on promises, so let's join him in joining us. Aluta continua, as he said. People power, our power. Thank you, sisters and brothers.
Good morning, comrades. People power. Our power. My name is Winifred Muyingo Mutiaba from the great state of Minnesota. I am the former chapter leader of Minnesota. So I was one of the first people to show that you can actually give up power without a fight. So at this moment, I would like to introduce Honorable Jolie Mugisha to come here and then introduce everybody from the Secretariat. Thank you. And before she comes on stage, we do have a youth session going on in Madison room. So if you have any young ones, I don't see any in the room, but just in case, there's a youth session going on, and we'd like to have all the youth go in there and participate. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name has been said. I'm glad to be here this morning. The organizers of this convention, the leaders of various chapters across the diaspora, my colleagues from the Secretariat, members of Parliament here present, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity this morning to welcome you for the second day. We were here yesterday, and the numbers kept on dwindling as until the time of the documentary. So I thank all of you for being here this morning. It shows the kind of commitment and love for the struggle that you people have. Welcome this morning. Our President, His Excellency Kyagulanyi, will be in sometime later, but I want to bring his greetings this morning. He's always with you, and I thank God for the love that you show him. You people in the diaspora, we respect you. Each time we see you, we feel inspired. Thank you so much. I'm going to make a few remarks, and then I will open the convention. Now, us back home in Kampala and across the country, Uganda, we have a number of challenges, but then each time we see your participation, we are re-energized so much. I represent the western part of Uganda. As you all know, Mr. Museveni comes from there. You know, each morning we get up, we thank God that we are able to get up, because the level of intimidation, the level of fear, it's just too much. You saw it from the documentary last evening, but I want to re-echo what my president said, that so much was left out of the documentary, but we continue to suffer that. But I thank God, I thank your energy that gives us, you know, hope for another day, that we get up and still push on and on and on. Thank you very much for giving us that energy. Back at the Secretariat, we face indeed a lot of challenges, as you may know, but you are always there for us. And in this case, I want to thank you so much, you people who have been able to touch the lives of the important persons in our struggle. Recently, the late William Byarugaba was in Boston here for treatment. I want to thank all of you who touched his life in terms of food, in terms of upkeep, then having to transport his body back home for burial. You really gave him a decent reason to continue living, but of course we cannot decide what God has decided. Thank you so much. We buried him on your behalf, but you did well. Thank you. In the like manner, for the late Council Wameri, you did wonderful. And I want to inform you that from the time of Council Wameri, many people saw from what you did, and they are joining the struggle. Because we are not only struggling for the liberation of the nation, but we are struggling for the liberation of different individuals. The kind of family you offer, the family support, thank you so much. Ashraf Kasirye and many others who are here, we thank you for the kind of support you are giving them. Of course, back home, many others are joining us, because like they say in the Bible, the blood of the saints does not go in vain. So when they see you, when other people see you, in fact, recently when we went for late Byarugava's funeral in Kabari, I want to assure you that we garnered a lot of support. Even when the church denied us entry, you know, they were there creating scenes of collecting money here and there, but many other people said, I think this is the right group to join. So we are gaining membership out of your support, and I want to assure you that probably in the many more days to come, we are going to have many new members. Thank you. There are a number of programs we are undertaking at the Secretariat, which I think you would like to know, because you give support in terms of finances and others. We have one program called the Kunga Support, which is meant for membership drive. We move around the country. Of course, it is brutal. It is very hostile. I remember, I know some of you who follow social media, you saw one time when Chairman Nyanzi was brutalized in Chenjojo, one of the districts in Western Uganda. And we don't fear. We continue, but that is one area where we are working on, because as a political party, we must continue to show visibility. Talking alone without action doesn't build a party. So we continue to move. We have moved into building structures right from grassroots, and this is an activity that requires us to move right from LC1 up to the highest level in the district. Now, yesterday, when people were making presentations here, I saw brains. I was whispering to the Secretary General, to the spokesperson, that why don't some of these people come back home so that we can have people to take up those leadership positions. Like in Western Uganda last time, during the time of elections, I moved around, I was looking for candidates. And you know, a political party that doesn't have leadership, of course, is no party at all. So I saw the brains here. People, please, those who can come, my target this coming elections is to have at least a minimum of 10 male members of parliament and at least 5 women from Western Uganda. And my colleague from Northern Uganda is looking forward to having many. Well, this time we have a great number, of MPs, but they are from the center. And one of the challenges we have been facing is that people tell us, oh, you see, that issue is for the people of Buganda in the center. But we want to beat that one, because we don't want to keep on falling prey of Mr. Museveni's tricks. You know, one of the major tricks he uses is divide and rule, dividing us along tribal, dividing us along religious lines, and now regions. So people, I see somebody from Western Uganda, please come. Or if you know anyone out there whom you think we can support and then they come up in a position of leadership, please do so. We need you here, but we also need you back home. Now, I wanted to talk briefly also about, one of the things I have noticed that I think Mr. Museveni has successfully used and is now actually going to haunt us even more, the issue of tribalism. I think Mr. Museveni is generally a bad person, right? I think he's the worst person I've ever come across. I don't know about you, but the guy is bad. He's actually a devil. Devilish, I must say. Because if you go, I used to visit work for him, but if you visit Mr. Museveni and you allow him to, to meet you, and he looks you straight in the face, the next moment you have your hand up. I don't know what happens. I don't know what evil powers he uses, but that's him, right? So now, I am saying, don't let his devilish ways, undermine our strategies, undermine our cohesion and our cooperation. Mr. Museveni does what he does as an individual, but not on behalf of the tribe, okay? Using tribes, he's now, making us work against one another. I know even in our midst here, there must be some people of Rwandese descent, right? Yes, they are there. Now, for someone to stand here and say that Museveni, Abanyarwanda, those things, I think is quite unfortunate. Let's attack, like he normally says, let us remove the jigger. He's the jigger, not the tribe. Mr. Museveni is the jigger, and let us get rid of the jigger, but not cut off the whole foot. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to learn that one from now onwards, and we stop, attacking other innocent people who may really be our great supporters. Thank you. Finally, I don't have to say much. We have a number of members of parliament from here. Can I request you to stand up, please, Doctor and your team, the MPs? These are the MPs. I hope they will have time. Okay. Those are the MPs who were able to come. I know the invitation was open, but thank you so much for joining us. Councillor Katana, he presented here a paper yesterday, and he's our treasurer. Welcome, Councillor Katana. We have the mayor of Nakawa. Where are you? The mayor of Nakawa. Oh, welcome, madam. The spokesperson, of course, you have been seeing Honorable Joel Senyonyi, and your deputy, General Waswa. I'm installing him. General Waswa, they are out they are out there, and these guys are doing a great job. Sometimes I fear when I see him and Honorable Joel making presentations on our local TVs for as late as 1 a.m., and I wonder how they even go back home. Thank you so much. The rest of the members, I think you have been interacting with them. Otherwise, I want to end by thanking you for supporting our travel. I know some of us just came just by your support. Thank you for feeding us. Thank you for accommodating us. Thank you for our upkeep. Thank you so much, and may God add on from where you have deducted. Then finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity. Oh, thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for the doctor who has given us great inspiration. I want to believe that when we go back from here, we shall emulate what he has told us. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you for the great brains. Thank you for having my president. Thank you for the struggle. Like the Rumumbists used to say, the struggle continues, right? And with these few words, the protocol observed, I'd like to take this opportunity to declare this convention officially open. Thank you so much. People power. People power. Add some vibe. People power. People power. NUP. Kyagulanyi. My president, and that's what he is for the rest of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jolie Mugisha, our Vice President, Western Region, National Unity Platform, representing the Secretariat today. Thank you. Our next speaker is a friend of Uganda, Mr. Eric Chinje. He's the CEO of Africa Media Initiative, and he has been a driving force behind media development initiatives. His extensive experience includes senior advisory roles at KRL International. He will talk about that. He ran as strategic communications at the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, providing him with unique perspective for our discussions. Mr. Chinje spent over 16 years at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., where he served as the bank's spokesperson on African affairs and held managerial positions, including director of the World Bank Institute Global Media Development Program. He also led the Africa Region Strategic Communications, supervising a team of over 80 communications professionals in sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Chinje notably served as Director of External Affairs and Communications at the Africa Development Bank from 2004 to 2008. He has been a correspondent for renowned media outlets such as CNN World Report, BBC World Service, Voice of America, among others. His accomplishments have earned him many prestigious honors, and his expertise will undoubtedly enrich our conference discussions. Allow me to welcome Mr. Eric Chinje. Yes. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure why, of all Africans, 1 billion of us, I got called up to speak to you today. Not exactly sure why. I think it's because I come from a country that is very similar to Uganda. The president of Cameroon, Mr. Paul Biya, has been president for 41, almost 42 years. And I have known him and worked with him prior to leaving Cameroon. And I have watched, I've been out of the country for over 30 years now, and I've watched Cameroon from a distance. I go there all the time. I was in Cameroon last week. In my work, and I'm trying to tell you why I'm here. In my work, I've had to interact with a lot of African leaders, going back to Mobutu Sese Seko, whom I worked with, and he came to trust, if you would believe it, all the way to Sirleaf Johnson, and I mention her because she's a woman, the first elected female president in Africa. And a host of them. The last one I worked with was Eric, my namesake, of Botswana, President Masisi. The reason I say this is to, I hope, convince you that I'm qualified to speak. You never know. But you know, I have also taken the time to reflect on the African condition. Why are we not succeeding? Why is this continent of 1 billion+ people, with all the natural resources that it has, why is it not working? There's got to be a problem. It can't, you know, I've tried to blame God, but that's not good enough. I think if it's God's fault, he must have a reason, and the challenge for us is to find that reason and maybe pray for it to change, because I hear that God hears prayers. So something is not happening. Something is not right. I've sat in this room and heard you all charged up by Dr. Daniels, or Professor Daniels, the one who spoke before me. I've heard that. And I could see the emotional charge in this room. And I've seen emotional charges across the continent. And nothing is changing. You've got to take a step back. You cannot do the same things over and over and expect a different results. You all know that. You've got to take a step back. Why is Mr. Biya in Cameroon there for 40 years? I'm here with my sister, Ufi, who's a vice chancellor in one of the universities in Cameroon. So she's high up in the system. I don't say this so you attack my sister. And we have these exchanges all the time.
how does a guy survive in power for that long? And what will it take to change the dynamics of things in the country? I'm hoping that in the next few minutes I'll be able to convince you to take that step back, rethink a few things, and do what is necessary to move your country forward. And I know Uganda will not move forward just as much as Cameroon will not move forward as long as these people are there, the Musevenis and the Bias of the world. I don't say that to, again, charge you emotionally. No. I say that because I want you guys to take that step back and think. I was looking at Uganda. And looking at this country that has such wealth, agricultural wealth. What is happening? How much of your agricultural produce are transformed in Rwanda, in Uganda? I was looking at the tourism industry. You have one of the most beautiful countries on the continent. What innovations have taken place in the last 30 years to ensure that Uganda becomes the touristic heaven and actually attracts people? Because it's when tourists come that a tourism industry has meaning. What have you done to attract them? What have you done in manufacturing and processing foods and other things? And there are all of these sectors. You know, you're one of the countries they're talking about, and it's maybe the reason Museveni wants to stick around, because of the oil that has been discovered. Think about who is exploiting that oil and what they're doing about it. And if you go the way most African countries have gone, you will not have a petrochemical industry, which should be the natural next step from producing oil. No country, not even Nigeria, with all the oil it produces, not even Angola, has a petrochemical industry. Why are you guys not thinking ahead and preparing for that? Because if you do not, and this is maybe the most important point I want to make, if you do not create wealth in that country, if you do not create wealth and distribute wealth, you're not going to make a single difference in your country. So what you should all be focusing on is, how do we create wealth in Uganda? Bobby Wine should be talking about that over everything else. Even if it means, Museveni would steal those ideas. He'll steal them, but he'll do nothing with them, because endemic corruption will not allow him to do anything with those ideas. So think about it. How do we create wealth in Uganda? And you'll create wealth based on what you already have. That's the irony. Look, I started off by saying maybe we should ask God. If you ask God, he would laugh and tell you to go back and sit where you are. Because he would say, I've given you everything it takes to create the wealth you need to create. And if you don't do that, your country is not going to move forward. So look at each of your regions in the country. Look at whether you're in Western Uganda, in East, in the center, wherever. There are very specific things you have that you can work on to generate revenue and make life better for citizens. That's what this is all about. If you cannot make it better for the majority of citizens, your politics is, just nonsense. So I'm hoping that you all, my one message is the NUP should move away from the politics of politicians. Move away from that. Because in country after country after country, we hear that. I sat for coffee with President Masisi just when he was campaigning. He was not sure of winning because his predecessor was against him. Masisi of Botswana. We sat for coffee and there were two of us. He sat on the floor and I was like, wow, this guy, he's the president because he was campaigning while president. Instead of sitting on the comfortable seats I was sitting in, he said, no, I want to relax. And he sat on the floor and I was looking, my God, this is a different guy. And when we spoke, what I'm telling you now was the kind of discussion I had with this man. And I was so confident that finally there's an African leader who will be different, who will, he's inheriting a fairly good economy, Botswana. And I thought he would just move it to the highest heights. And he turned out to be, from what I'm told, I've not been back because of the disappointment. Corruption, his family is wealthy, they're the ones who control the wealth of the country. And as I said, if you cannot think of how you create and distribute wealth, you'll just be like the rest of them. If Bobby Wine, if he doesn't think about that and build a program around that, he'll be like the rest of them. Doesn't matter how excited you all are about him. I have to clap for the guy who started the clapping. You know why? Because you understand what I'm saying. You understand where I'm trying to go with this. It's not about the emotionalisms of the moment. That's not what we need. As I said earlier, I am involved with a group of, the under 10 of us, about 6, in Cameroon, rethinking that country. We are rethinking Cameroon, coming up with ideas that we will inject into the social discourse in that country, in the hope that by the time Mr. Biya leaves, and we hope it's in another year or 2, we will have the ideas we need to build our economy and to build our country. And I'll tell you where we're starting. We've come to the conclusion, my little group, and we're going to propose this to the nation, to citizens. We've come to the conclusion that the first thing you want to focus on as a government is health. The health sector. And that everything you do should depart from health and reinforce the health of citizens. Health. Your economy should be a health-oriented economy. Your tourism, everything you do should be health-oriented. Your agriculture, think about this. If the wealth you generated in the agricultural sector had at the base of it the preservation and the promotion of the health of citizens, they'll eat well. Children will be born knowing that they can worry about everything but not about their health. Once your health is guaranteed, you become dynamic, strong, forward-looking, because you don't have, even this country, America doesn't have that. This country doesn't have that. So you'd even be different. Health as the basis of all government action. Maybe you want to start thinking about that. Think about all the things you can do in all the sectors of the economy, in all areas of wealth creation, if you departed from the fact that every Ugandan will be guaranteed health from the day they are born. Think about that. And then as you go from there, you know, in our countries, we were told, you're born, you're trained, you work, and then you retire. The group I'm working with, we've decided we're going to tell citizens, no more retirement. We will retire the word retirement. Why? Because we've agreed amongst ourselves that when a child is born, education starts in the family. The first 6 years, 7 years, in the family. So we have to organize our societies in ways that allow families to train the children who are born. What are the ideas that we generate? What do we tell them to do to support those children in their early years? And then beyond that, it's formal education, primary, secondary, post-secondary schools. And then beyond that, it's the professional training, and you're moving into the professions. So the state is constantly organized in a way that will support this child who's been born, this individual. You're born, you're trained in the family, you're trained in schools, you're trained in the institutions, you get into professional life, and then think about this. By the time you are out of professional life and you're being told you must go on retirement, that's when you are the most enriched individual, the most enriched citizen, because of all the education and experiences that you now combine. So at 60 is when you should be, I'm not saying that because I'm 60 and beyond, but at 60 is when you can give the most to your country. So your country should organize itself to tap into that energy instead of throwing you out to go on retirement. Think about that. I know that the people who clap for me were those who are 60 or in that neighborhood. But this is the truth. We've got to think differently. That's the challenge of Africa today. We've got to think differently. I worked for the World Bank for 20 years. I worked for the African Development Bank in senior positions for 5. And I worked in my country. And I came to realize that the ideas that they ship to us are not the ideas that we need necessarily. They'll never tell you. Uganda got suspended the other day by the World Bank. I know a lot of people were happy about it. I was, but for a different set of reasons. I was because you don't need aid. Uganda does not need aid. Like I tell even my own country, Cameroon, we don't need aid. There's enough wealth in the land to generate and take care of everything we need. Our infrastructure building, the innovations we need, buying the technologies that we need, providing the hospitals and the schools and so on. There is enough money in the land to get all of that if we organized ourselves. So, Mr. Bobby Wine and the supporters of this young man, for whom I have so much respect, please help him be different. Help him be different. It's not your emotional charge that's going to make him different. No. It's your ability to take a step back and say, look, if we're going to be different, we have to come up with different set of ideas. We've got to think differently about who we are. We've got to think differently about that child who's just been born, about the citizen that that child will become. You've got to think differently about that. And if you do, you may help that child become the citizen of a state that provides leadership to Africa. Uganda has the ability to do that, you know. Uganda can do that. You're the pearl of Africa, aren't you? So, ladies and gentlemen, I know I don't, I shouldn't be, maybe we should engage in some range of questions. Which, I was going to give a formal presentation, but I don't like doing that. I prefer speaking from the heart, because I believe that what comes from the heart goes into the heart. So, I'll take any question. But if you like for me to just continue talking, I will. I'm a talker. I was a journalist, like Remy Bahati, who's a journalist. He's in the room. Yes, sir.
Again, good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen. My question that I was going to ask you is the problem of Africa. And after that, I'm going to put you on record, then you explain it your own way. So you're on camera. So, in 1956, if you read history, Kwame Nkrumah was in America studying and went back to Africa to fight, liberate Africa. And the Pan-African movement was born there at that time, when we were still in colonialism that was oppressing us, and we wanted the liberation to build a new Africa. When Kwame Nkrumah took over government, all the African leaders that were being oppressed with colonialism by the Portuguese, the British, the so-called, went to him. But they had first gone to America to ask for support to liberate themselves, which the American did not offer. And Kwame Nkrumah referred them to the Soviet bloc. Africa came from colonialism and went direct into communism and socialism with its bad government, bad economic system, and everything. That means the African problem to this day was the ideology that is still existing between the West and the East. Now I want to ask you, don't you think that we must begin from there and change the ideology of Africa, starting with Uganda? That is my question.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, you've just said what I said, but put it in a different context or language. What I said essentially is, free your minds. Told you I worked for development institutions, the most important development institutions on the continent, World Bank, African Development Bank, and the rest of them. And I realized that what they were pushing in Africa should not be, we don't need to, there was something they called structural adjustment. That destroyed the continent, destroyed our economies. So clearly they're not giving us anything we should be adopting. We should free our minds, think about what God gave us, and I mentioned that, and see how we can transform what God gave us into wealth that we distribute fairly, starting with health. That's my story. I'm so happy when somebody claps, because it tells me you understood what I'm saying. Can you guys just... I'm kidding. If you clap for me or you don't, it makes no difference to me. Believe me, I'll finish here and walk out of here. But I want you to understand what I'm saying. I really want you to understand what I'm saying, because for a number of reasons. One, I am here because I believe Uganda can and should be different. I'm here because I want Bobby Wine, who continues to fascinate me, to succeed in what he's trying to do. I'm here not for ideology. I'm here to say that we can think differently. We can free our minds. We can, again, go back to the drawing board, go back to the basis, look at what we have, and say, what can we do with what we have? As a matter of fact, when you go to heaven, God is going to ask you, what did you do with what I gave you? That's the question. So let's look at what we have and say, what do we do with what we have? What do we have in Uganda? And how do we use that to make our lives better? Because the whole point is about improving on the quality of life of citizens. So yeah, let's go back to the Nkrumahs and the rest. You know, they brought us independence. They may have made their mistakes with regard to ideology because of the pressures that they were receiving. But we don't even need that. We don't need that. Let's step back and do what we need to do. That's Bobby Wine. Can somebody take a picture? Who come and take a picture of me and Bobby Wine? I mean, I need to. Are you the Bobby Wine?
Oh, yes, I am, sir.
You're such a young man.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You have all of my support and encouragement. You will make it. Somebody is there. Okay. Yeah, she's a chancellor. Okay. Welcome, Bobby Wine. I'm even more encouraged because he's a very young man. He looks a little, I thought he was a little older than he actually looks, you know. I'm really encouraged. My brother Bobby, my young brother, I've said a lot of things that will be reported to you. And I hope somebody does. And if they don't do it properly, he will tell you how to get to me. I'll work with you, and we'll get Africa to work with you. All right. There's a place for these emotional outbursts. We are Africans. We need to have that. But at the end of it, let's take a step back and think. Let's use our heads to see where we make a difference. It's important. Anyway, they'll report to you. So he's coming. Maybe I should take one or two more questions. I really should not be standing here when Bobby Wine is in the room, but I'll take one or two questions. Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you very much. It's a very good question. And I'll answer that, but before I do, I want to tell you that, Bobby, I'm from Cameroon. So I've lived the same difficulties under a leadership that is been there for the last 4 decades. And the head of the opposition in Cameroon, he just died not too long ago, Mr. Frundi, you might have heard of him, Nijon Frundi. He passed away not too long, last month. And we're from the same family. As a matter of fact, when I was born, Frundi was living with my parents. And his slogan was, power to the people. To this day, everybody when they think about the opposition in Cameroon and they think about what was achieved, the name, they'll tell you, meet any Cameroonian and find out, they'll tell you, it's Nijon Frundi, who's a cousin of mine. And I had occasion to talk to him one-on-one a lot of times. And after 30 years, my sister was reminding me today, during his eulogy, they said he fought for 30 years and left the country worse than when he started, and which is true. Cameroon is far worse today than the 30 years ago when Frundi moved that country. And of course, if you asked him, he'll tell you. And when he was here before he went, a few months before he passed away, and I was with him in Atlanta, and he'll tell you. He said, well, they have the power. They have the army, they have the treasury. These were his words to me. They have the military, they have the treasury, they have the international relations, they can get loans from the IMF and the World Bank and so on. This was friendly, and I had nothing. And I told him, the only reaction I could have was this. I said, but you moved the country. Everywhere you went, thousands came out to see you. What do you think moved them? Was this the money you had? Did you give them money to come out? When the president, Mr. Biya, goes out, they give money to people. Did you give citizens money to come out and see you? He said, no. I said, it was the power of your ideas. That's what moved them. It was the power of your ideas. That's what moved them. And what we've been talking about today is the power of ideas. Challenge, let Ugandan citizens know that you have ideas that would be different from anything Mr. Museveni has to offer them, different from the money and the military and the coercion and what have you. You have the ideas. That's what we've been talking about health, about wealth creation, about agriculture, about transformation, about technology. It's these things. Put them together. Bobby Wine doesn't need to go out of his house to be arrested again. Just put those ideas and let Ugandans choose. They will have the choice either to stay in their current state of deprivation and poverty and illness and you name it, or we will do it differently. And this is what we stand for.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Robert Kabuye Boston. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. Can't we adapt Obamacare to Chagulanyi Care?
Yes, of course you can. That will be my last answer. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chinje. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much. And we're going to now jump over. I'm going to invite a very special guest. His name is Bruce Afran, who has worked with us for a while. He's a distinguished civil rights and constitutional lawyer. He graduated from Brooklyn Law School in 1985 and holds a degree in history from State University of New York and Birmingham. He has a career spanning over 3 decades. He has been a leading advocate for civil rights in New Jersey. His legal expertise has been instrumental in cases involving civil rights, domestic surveillance, environmental preservation, corporate fraud, election reform, immigrant rights, and family law. He currently serves as a professor at Rutgers University, teaching First Amendment law and a seminar on corruption law. Bruce frequently consults on matters of international human rights, civil liberty issues, pensions, and securities law, and has argued cases in various states across USA, notably served as the National Elections Counsel to former presidential candidate and consumer advocate Ralph Nader in 2004. Presently, Bruce is the legal advisor to the National Unity Platform, a political party seeking to challenge Yoweri Museveni, and he's going to tell you a lot about the current ICC case we have against Museveni and his son. So welcome, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you can't hear me, it'll let me know. I don't usually use microphones. We lawyers don't get them in courtrooms. We just have to raise our voices. I'm very gratified to be here and to have been invited here today. As you know, we've spent pretty much a solid 2 years in which we have been gathering evidence and bringing it forward to the ICC and to the world community. But before we talk about that, let me say how I became involved in this movement as an advisor. My interest in Uganda goes back, I'm one of those 60-year-old people Dr. Chingle was talking about. It goes back to when I was in high school. Now, at that time, there was a dictator in office named Idi Amin, and I used to write papers in high school on Idi Amin and his depredations. So I followed Uganda really as a child and later. I have a daughter who runs a summer camp, a Jewish religious camp, and there are 2 young men from Uganda who are in the Jewish community who've worked there for many years. So I began speaking to them one visiting day and asked them about the current political situation. And they told me this story, well, there's this man who's a singer, and he's going to run for president. And he's going to set aside this present dictator we have. Of course, I knew about Museveni. I didn't know about Bobby. And my first contact was with these 2 young men. And I said, look, when you go back at the end of the summer, let them know I'm here and I'm interested in helping. And through that, contact, David Lewis contacted me and several other people, and we began this strategy, the development of this strategy. And when the killings took place in November of that year, before the election, we developed the notion of gathering this evidence and presenting it to the ICC. So we've presented, thank you. We have presented 3 reports thus far, the latest being our formal complaint. Now, let me explain a bit about the ICC, and to some degree I want to make sure we don't build up hope in the wrong direction, rather than in terms of the right direction. The ICC is a court. Its prosecutors have to make a decision as to what to do. Are you able to hear me? I hear an echo. Can you hear me all right? Okay, good. Thank you. And it's not clear what they do in any given case. Now, we presented 215 affidavits. One of them was Bobby's, actually, detailing torture, human rights abuses, murder, psychological abuses. Now, originally, we didn't have that. Our first 2 reports were from the media. But then we were able to gather over a period of a year, with the help of many people, a collection of dossiers under oath describing in detail what has happened. This changes the picture. We're no longer submitting what's in the media to the court, but we're submitting affidavits under oath stating what happened to individuals. And we know most of those stories. You probably know a lot of them. You probably know people who have been victimized. People are taken off the street. They are dragged into cars. They are often beaten on the floor of the car for hours as they drive to a detention center. There, they're often forced into psychological torture, dancing for 12 or 15 hours in a row. Sometimes they make them listen to Bobby's music, actually, and they think that's a torture. They don't realize that's actually giving hope to the victim. But they make them dance for 12, 15 hours, and they beat them when they fall. Then they whip them with wires. Sometimes they electrocute them. One man was told, certifies that he was told to urinate into a hole that was wired, and he was then electrocuted. People have had pieces of their body pulled off, pincers taking their flesh off, fingers cut off, testicles damaged, if not pulled off. Vicious torture is practiced by ordinary Ugandans who are following orders. And this is one of the points of the ICC case, that it's not just going to be Museveni and his son. Ultimately, it will be anyone who takes place in these actions. We've listed 26 officials, some of them relatively low-ranking in our complaint. One of them was Speaker Among, who associated herself with a torture center. Another is General Alehu, who we know what he has done. But others are lower-ranking, unknown sometimes. And the point of this process is that we know who is doing these things. And when a soldier or a police officer decides to participate, and many don't, many are loyal to the Constitution and the law, but some are not. Some are scared, so they go along. Some want power, so they do this. But we will know who they are. You can take your name tag off, but you can't hide your voice, and you can't always hide your face. And people have a way of knowing. Ultimately, the law will descend upon those who do these things. Museveni, Muhoozi, and others. But also the police officer and the soldier, the ordinary person who engages in these tortures. Now, those of you who are in the 60s will remember East Germany. Those of you who are 30 or 35 might not be that familiar with this history. But if you remember East Germany, it was a communist government formed after World War II. West Germany was democratic. And in East Germany, people were shot as they tried to leave the country, as they tried to go over the fence or go over the wall. Some were arrested and abused in prison. And when the communists fell, and they fell peacefully, they left power in 1989 and 90, those officials and those guards who did those things were put on trial. And the reason they were put on trial was very simple. They violated German law. They took their power and they assumed as an attribute of sovereignty that they could abuse the human rights of those who disagreed with them. But the law was always there. The law was always there in front of them. They chose to disregard it. And so when the communist regime left power, many of these people were put on trial. Museveni and Muhoozi and those working with them have developed a false understanding of power. Power is always mediated ultimately by the force of law. What these people have done not only violates international law and human rights law, it violates Uganda law. And there will be a change of authority in Uganda. There will be a change of government. And when that happens, the law will still be there. And that's the point of the ICC process. We don't know what the ICC will ultimately do in this case or any other given case. We know in the Kasese case, they concluded, although these things happened, there was not a sufficient pattern to warrant international prosecution. Fair enough. Maybe that was a wrong decision. We don't know what they will say here. We don't know how they will balance this case versus other cases. But what we are doing with the ICC case is something much bigger than just the ICC. What we are doing is we are beginning the process of holding to the law those who break the law, those who break human beings, those who abuse human beings. That is ultimately why we have brought this case. It almost does not matter what the ICC says, because we have gathered the evidence, and that evidence will be used someday in some forum, whether it's in a freed Uganda court, or in the ICC, or in some other state court, such as Spain, that maintains universal jurisdiction over torture. That evidence will be used. But it's being used right now in a very big way. Remember all that talk about Muhoozi succeeding his father? You know, Muhoozi is going to be the next in line, as if Africans somehow just accept a king anointing his son. Muhoozi is no longer considered by anyone to be next in line. Do you remember the New York Times headline? Did you all see that? Museveni and Muhoozi and his son Muhoozi identified as running torture centers? And then there's the Guardian headline, even worse for them. Those discredit these people. Muhoozi is no longer looked on by anyone as a successor to anything. He will no longer have legitimacy or credibility. That is partly why we have gathered this evidence and brought it to the world's attention. And so remember, we don't know what the ICC prosecutor will do. They must look at this evidence and decide not if it happened, not if it broke the law, but whether they have jurisdiction in particular. We don't know what they will say. But what we have done is we have brought the force of evidence and law to the forefront of the world in connection with this regime. That is the fundamental point of what we're doing. So when you speak to people, make them realize that what we've done is much more than just ask the ICC to take a case. We have begun the process of holding this regime accountable to the law. And that is the fundament of what we are doing. I'd like to speak a little bit about related issues. Ultimately, all dictatorships fail. They all fail. Now, it's very interesting. I took the train down with my wife yesterday from Princeton, and the conductor decided he would be a historical guide, so he kept on giving a talk over the loudspeaker on the train, discussing American history. And one thing he said, I sat up and was shocked. He said, you know, when George Washington became the first president of the US, he served 2 terms and deliberately retired to set a precedent. That was one of the great moments of history, by the way, that a president had willingly left office. He could have stayed on, he could have been a king for life, but he left office to set a precedent. And the conductor said, well, you know, when we started out in America, and he was actually a man from the Caribbean, so he was basically taking on America as his own. He said, we didn't have presidents for life. And I sat up and I said, well, that's an idea. No presidents for life. Now, what does that remind me of? The point is that Ugandans also are waking up to the absurdity of a man who thinks he should serve as their elected leader for 40 years. And the work we've done with the ICC gathers the evidence that shocks people into a consciousness that enough is enough. Now, in 2026, I believe this gentleman here will be running for president. And the people of Uganda will again vote, and they do vote. And there is an election, and there are millions of people who vote. And nobody keeps people from the polling place. They may try to rip up the ballots afterwards. They may add several 100,000 ballots to the box. We have nice films showing that. But ultimately, the power of a dictator to maintain forcible rule through election does depend on people voting. You can only fake so many votes. You can't fake 5 million votes. You might fake 200, 300, 400,000 and alter the balance. But because of what we've done and the evidence we've manifested, I believe very deeply that the people of Uganda in 2026 will collectively begin to say to themselves, this is enough. You know, we heard that man on the train and say there are no presidents for life. It came across the Atlantic right to Africa, and they said, we know we don't have to have presidents for life. And I think the evidence we've manifested and the proof of what has been happening is going to shock people in Uganda into changing how they vote. Now, most voted for Bobi Wine, obviously. But enough were conservative and loyal to the original Museveni, who came out as a liberal, that they did vote for him. Some did. But that's going to change in 2026, because dictatorships fail when the psychology of the people changes. That's the fundamental point of dictatorship. When the psyche of the voter, of the citizen, shifts, the dictator loses authority. Now, after we released our complaint and the New York Times ran a story, Bobby took a tour. It was of Eastern Uganda, Bobby, I think it was. And number one, he was on the radio. Usually the regime blocks the radio station. Bobby can't even get a hotel room because they threaten all the hotel managers. But this time they didn't. The New York Times headlines spoke around the world. And some people may wonder, well, why did we wait? Why didn't we hold a press conference? The New York Times very carefully approached me for about 4 weeks. And finally, we decided that we'll let them have the story. And the headline they issued has the effect almost of a statement, almost of U.S. policy. That headline was very significant. From that moment on, Museveni and his regime could no longer actively interfere with Bobby's actions. And not only did Bobby have unlimited use of the radio, but he traveled and a group of 100,000 people were with him. That's right. Imagine that, 100,000 people, and they were left totally unimpeded by the government. The government can no longer arbitrarily arrest and abuse people, at least in public. 3 months ago, they would have broken up that group and not let it gather. 3 months ago, Bobby would not have got anywhere near a radio. But that changed. And that's the power of law when the evidence is publicized around the world. And undoubtedly, this pattern can continue. Now imagine a group of 100,000 people protesting, standing with Bobby, standing at a rally, and the police or the army begin to shoot. Imagine how that will look to the world. Does anyone think Museveni now will dare to take that chance? That will create the indictment. That will yield the immediate indictment by the ICC. You will have no choice. And so we have already shifted the psychological dynamic in Uganda. And remember, all dictatorship is psychological in the end. And the dictatorship ends when the people change and when the dictator knows that he can no longer continue with business as usual. Now, if you remember Romania, there was a communist leader by the name of Ceausescu. Now, Ceausescu ran a pretty vicious Stalinist regime, and all of a sudden, in 1989, he fled. Now, there are other forces building up in Poland and East Germany challenging the communist dictatorships. Ceausescu gave a speech, and all of a sudden, instead of having an obeisant crowd cowering to what he said, people started booing. If you remember this. And Ceausescu had never heard a boo in his life. Ah, that's right, yes. And so Ceausescu fled. That was the end of his regime, and he fled for one reason. He understood the psychology of the people had changed. And when that moment is met, the regime's power fails. So the next time there is a gathering of 100,000 or 200,000 or more, the regime has two choices. It can fire or round people up and abuse them and be seen in the entire world community as doing so. Or it can take the legally safe approach and allow the protest and gathering to continue. Either way, and this is the beauty of it, either way, its power is gone. If it shoots, its power is gone. It's a criminal regime. And if it can't shoot and is forced to allow the protest to continue, its psychological power is gone. And that is what happened. And that is what we saw with those 100,000 people who accompanied Bobby. This is the beginning of the turn. Now, it takes a long time for a large vessel to make a turn. An aircraft carrier will take a nice hour and a half just to turn around. A country is a bit of an aircraft carrier, but this is the beginning of the turn. The credibility of the regime is now challenged, damaged, and in fact destroyed by the evidence, not by the ICC complaint, but by the evidence we've brought forward. And so it does not matter what, in the end, the ICC chooses to do. This is the message I would like to ask you to take away with you. What matters is the evidence that we've manifested and the change in the world's understanding of what has happened. When those 54 people, probably 100, were killed in November of that year, Museveni was able to get away with saying, well, there were officers who overreacted. But no one can get away with saying there were officers who overreacted when we read these 215 affidavits. We have 4 individuals who identify Lieutenant General Muhoozi, an absurd title if ever there was one, running and operating and commanding torture centers. 4 individuals who were abused brutally, and we have their affidavits. One of them who was Kakwenza, whom you know. The others are going to be confidential still. Who defined the abuse they experienced in detail, and then they each say they were called into a meeting at the torture center with Muhoozi. Muhoozi was in command of these centers, and we now have the evidence that demonstrates that. Muhoozi is identified as an individual operating a criminal enterprise, and that's an extraordinarily serious fact. So bear in mind what we've achieved is the delegitimization of this regime. And that is the fundamental achievement thus far. Now, this is not the end of it, obviously. We don't know what the ICC will do, but we know what must continue. Obviously, Bobby's work continues, without question. But Bobby can't be alone. We've given new protection to the people of Uganda through this process. But that protection must be used. Freedom doesn't come from the outside. No nation was ever freed from dictatorship by outsiders, by a court or by a government from abroad or by the UN or anyone else. Dictatorship and authoritarianism end only internally. Now, we're not stopping this process, but it can't just be this process. The people of Uganda must now take this newfound protection and use it. And one of the things I've learned in this work is that Ugandans culturally are very nice people. And generally very calm and generous and loving people. Now, that being said, it's a little hard, if that's the way you see the world, to stand in the street and protest. So we have to marry that wonderful culture to the need to speak out. Because remember, authoritarians benefit from the decency of the people of their country. Remember in America, there were almost no slave rebellions. Do you know that? As bad as slavery was in this country, there were almost no slave rebellions. And slaves often were the vast majority of the population and were skilled. Many knew how to use weapons. Many knew how to use tools. They could have overcome their white masters in the South, but they didn't, because they were decent human beings who didn't want to kill the people they had grown up with. And that's how slavery maintained its power, by capitalizing on the inherent decency of its victims. And that's what dictators do. They know the average person does not believe in violence, and they can capitalize on that. Now, Dr. King showed us something, and Bobby does exactly the same thing, that the peaceful protest is powerful. So we have to take that decency in the Ugandan people and merge it to peaceful protest. We've given protection through the ICC, but now we need to take that a step further. People need to understand they need to speak out in Uganda and join together en masse. There was a thought I had and I just lost it. I apologize. Thank you. That's the essential message, that we've started the process. We have delegitimized this regime. We've delegitimized it in the world's understanding through this evidence and in the understanding of the people of Uganda. But that can't be all. The people of this nation must inherently bring that forward. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Gandhi once wrote that the most violent and powerful form of protest he knows of in India was the hunger strike. And that's a strange thing to say, because Indians by nature are so concerned about their neighbor that when they see someone on a hunger strike, they become violently angry at the cause of the hunger strike. And so the decency and humanity of people can be made into something that lets us speak out. And that's the essential message I want to leave, that we take this forward. We went to the ICC. They may take this case. We brought our evidence. We've delegitimized this government. The Ugandan people are now seeing it differently. We've taken the power of oppression away from Museveni in many respects. Now we must use that. And so I would encourage people to speak out in Uganda and to engage in peaceful protest, because there is now protection that comes from the rule of law. By the way, do you remember the Daily Monitor article that came out, I guess it was 2.5 weeks ago? 2 front-page stories derived from the ICC case. That was rather extraordinary. That's a demonstration of the new weakness of the regime and the strength of those who wish to speak out. The law has given us this power. So I want to thank you all for hearing me out today. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I'm certainly happy. I don't know what time we have, but I'm certainly happy to answer a few questions. And I want to acknowledge Bobby Wine and what he has done. I mean, it's truly extraordinary that he has committed himself personally in this way. You know, there is danger in this work, And we've seen that happen. And I just want to acknowledge that and the leadership of the NUP, David Lewis and others, I don't have everyone's name, and Barbie for her commitment, because this movement requires people dedicated, and then they can lead. And so I want to acknowledge that. And thank you all for the opportunity to serve in this way. So if anyone has questions, I'm really happy to take some.
I used to work with the United Nations for a long time. Our problem with ICC was privately as staff members. It does not seem to have arrest power in any country. For example, a few years ago, I think Sudanese former president had an ICC arrest warrant for many years. It went on, many other countries not arrested. Specifically, he went to South Africa, I think African Union meeting or something. I personally too thought South African government at the time was credible to obey the ICC arrest warrant and facilitate ICC to arrest him. He came laughing until internally they organized themselves. My problem is, what if Museveni and his group decide to fly to Putin's place, Beijing, or South Africa? Shouldn't the ICC at least impound airspace when they know they're on the flight?
Thank you for those comments. Unfortunately, they can't impound the airspace, but the ICC does have a power, and that is most governments will arrest on that warrant a person who's been indicted by the ICC. Now, not every government. Putin and China do not follow the rule of law. We can't expect that. But I can tell you this, Museveni and Muhoozi can no longer really travel freely. They might make it to Kenya. That's pretty much where their range of power ceases. They're afraid. Well, Russia is a lawless country. It doesn't follow the rule of law. But, well, you can't stop them, you can't pull the plane down. But really, there is a power of arrest. Most governments will arrest someone. So their place to move is limited. If they show up in Spain or France or Germany or the US, they'll be arrested. Then they'll be taken in handcuffs to The Hague. So there is a real power. Nothing is perfect, but remember, the goal of what we're doing is to demonstrate the reality of what has happened. And even if the ICC doesn't act officially. By the way, I want to say one thing. There's a lot of talk now about whether the ICC focuses too much on African governments. All right, you've all heard that. As if somehow it's racist to investigate African dictators who abuse human rights. This is a bogus argument. It is not racist to investigate African dictators. It is protecting the rights of African people to investigate those dictators. And the notion that somehow it's a racist act to focus on African governments is nonsense. This is designed to protect the rights of the people who live there. And so disabuse yourselves of that notion. Thank you. I don't know how much time we have, but any other questions, I'm happy to. I don't control the questioning.
Mr. President, the presenter, thank you for your elaborate presentation. My question will be short but direct. What will be the time frame to get a tangible result in terms of your experience? That's number one. Number two, Museveni, as a corrupt leader, what can you
Thank you very much. I'm glad, your question was direct but potent, okay? And the question really is, doesn't Museveni have enough power to corrupt the process? That's really what you're asking, I think. Let me answer it this way, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I think you are being a little overawed by the perception of Museveni's power. If that's what I think. It's very easy to assume the person in power can somehow pull strings around the world. Now, Uganda does have a delegate on the ICC, but it doesn't mean that the ICC is going to be swayed by that individual. And remember something, that individual knows there's a day of reckoning coming. And they may not be willing to sell out for Museveni. So don't assume the power of Museveni exists at all internationally, and don't assume that his minions will necessarily follow suit. They too are worried, and that's the idea of this process. As far as the timeline goes, that's impossible to say. And in a real sense, it doesn't matter to us. As long as this investigation goes on and it hangs over the head of this government, there is power in that. So don't worry about how long it takes. I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you.
If you don't mind, could you talk a little bit more, because I wanted to sink deep in the analogy you gave to Ceausescu. Before you said that, I was scribbling a note to send to you. I wanted you to mention Ceausescu, because this is a powerful dictator. He's addressing the people, and then somebody decides to move. The first person to move. And what did he do? He offered to double everybody's salary. But instead, that increased the boom.
Right.
And that's an important point for Sister and Brother Uganda to sink deep in. So could you expand on that?
Yes, I'd be glad to. And I apologize, I have no idea what our time frame is, but I assume the controlling parties will tell me. So thank you. I saw you nodding vigorously when I mentioned Ceausescu, Bobby too, actually. It's an amazing chapter in history that this Stalinist dictator who had enormous power in Romania somehow understood he had to leave power because the crowd turned on him. It was simple speech, like he'd given hundreds and hundreds of times before, and all of a sudden the crowd turned on him. So he offers to raise salaries, and it gets worse. And this is why, with respect to the gentleman who raised the question about corruption of Museveni, ultimately corruption won't work. Offer more money. But once the people have gotten to a point of moral anger and understand that what has happened transgresses rules of decency, you can bribe them all you want, it's not going to change anything. Ceausescu attempted that in that talk, clumsily, and it got worse for him. Museveni, by the way, every single person who has been arrested and kept in detention in Uganda, including Bobby, actually, has been offered a bribe. They've been offered the opportunity. Bobby was offered bribes indirectly. I think people were told, will you tell Bobby Wine we have something for him? We have a job in government for him. Other people were given legal jobs. They were offered law jobs. People were offered money. And I believe Museveni meant it. He would have given them the money. But they did not accept it. And in fact, it makes it worse. And so by trying to bribe the people, once people have reached a point of moral outrage, the problem gets worse for the regime. So I firmly believe that the example, I think I lost this, there it is important to understand that once that psychology changes, the regime can't go back again. And I think we're at that point now, and we need to enhance that process. Yeah, yes, is there any other questions? I'm sorry if I could interrupt. I apologize, but you're going too fast. I couldn't quite follow your question.
Sorry, let me speak slow. I said that, is it under the ICC policy to take the people who are committed right in their time in the government after they have been removed, or they can be questioned before they've been removed? Because we have seen it in Uganda, the government of NRM and their Hussein and his family, they have committed enough cases to be answered in the ICC court. What are you waiting for? Then another question, another thing which I also want to comment that you say that most of the dictators cannot be removed by external forces, which is quite good. And I really agree with you. The question is, what have you done to support those suffering people down there in their government, under their government dictatorship rules? Because the people are trying to react, they are on the streets, but you see that the ICC is pressing their door. What are you waiting for that essence? You have this one like Uganda and Africans who are suffering down there.
I think you're saying, why is the ICC waiting? Is that the basic thrust of the question? Thank you.
Bruce, I think the first part, he also wants to know, do they only indict and pursue after the repeal of power? Oh, I guess, you know, Uhuru was taken as president. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Okay, let's clarify. Okay, thank you. To the gentleman who asked the question, first of all, if your question was suggesting that I am part of the ICC in some way, that's not correct. So I was puzzled when I said, what are you doing? When you said, what are you doing? And I didn't quite get that. I am not with the ICC. I'm simply a lawyer. And on behalf of Bobby and Amos Katumba and others, I have filed papers with the ICC as a lawyer representing a group of people, and in this case, 215 victims. So to begin with, I'm not part of them. We have asked their prosecutor, who is a lawyer working for the ICC, to launch their own investigation. That's the first step. And so what we do is we ask them, we say to them, we have the evidence that justifies the inquiry. We want you to launch your investigation. We're asking them to do that, and they're an independent force. No one can tell them what to do, and they'll act as they see fit. Now, obviously, everybody in some way is political. Does the ICC respond to political forces? Probably not, but they might respond to criticism that we look too much at Africa. We can't stop that negativity if it happens. However, we have given them the evidence to work with. The second point is, they do not only go after a person once they're out of power. Putin's not out of power. They indicted Putin, for example. They indicted Milosevic, who was in power in Serbia. And so the ICC's power is not used only to those who have been forced out. They use their authority to those who are in power. And that's very important. If a sitting president or a general or a speaker of a house is indicted by the ICC, they lose all international legitimacy, except perhaps in China or Russia. South Africa, maybe. That's a bit of a hybrid problem. Yeah, well, Putin's never leaving Russia, I can tell you that. So they don't go only after those who are out of power, they go after those who are in power. I think that addressed your questions. I'm not sure if there's another aspect to it. Thank you.
So we have one more question here. The last one for you.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. My fears, not so different from those aired out by one of my colleagues, except that mine are not born out of the perception of Museveni's power, but the weaknesses in the international system of which the ICC is part. That the examples that you have pointed out of people that have been held accountable may be out of coincidence, but have only taken place when there has been
Thank you for that very thorough question. It really does get to the core of the problem. Now, obviously, the US and Britain, primarily, are responsible for maintaining Museveni in power. There's no question about that. Israel, to a degree, allows security equipment, surveillance equipment to be sold to Uganda's government as well. Mostly, it is the US and Britain who maintain this regime, both militarily and through money. About $1 billion a year goes to the government, and that helps prop up the government. Now, as Dr. Chingle said before, we don't really need the outside money, do we? It's used as a means of perpetuating those in power that outsiders favor. And that's the problem with foreign aid, and African governments and societies have fallen victim to it. Aid is a weapon used by the West, primarily. Our aid is used for political purposes. Now, all of that being said, the US is not an evil regime. It's not going to send troops in to keep Museveni in power. It sponsors him because of a somewhat racial attitude in the US State Department that African governments need, African societies need a strong man to rule. Let's face it, there is this attitude prevailing in the West, primarily in the US and Britain, that Africans need a strong man. Never a strong woman, by the way, a strong man. And this is fundamentally a racial conception of how the West sees power in Africa. It's wrong. We've seen many, many examples of democracy in Africa. And it's fundamentally biased and ignorant. It is a racial point of view the US practices. But the US ultimately is not going to use force to keep Museveni or any other ally like that in power. If a democratic election clearly demonstrates he's lost authority, the US will not stand in the way. I don't speak for the US, I'm just analyzing US policy. Don't mistake that, I'm not part of the US government. But ultimately, what role should the Ugandan people play is the question. Now, you put the question as what role supplementary to the process can we play? Well, there's, I think, the error, if you don't mind my saying so. Your role in Uganda as Ugandans is not supplementary. Your role is primary. Bobby's role is primary. My role is supplementary. All right, that's what we have to change. We have to change this quiescent obeisance and the notion that somehow outsiders have the primary duty to make this change. I'm a catalyst, but a catalyst makes a reaction. That reaction must be Ugandan. So what role can Ugandans play? Not as supplements, but as citizens who are demanding their rights. Once we change that mental perspective, we change everything. That's the whole point of Bobby's campaign and the NUP's campaign. What role can be played? Well, there's a multiplicity of roles. First of all, Uganda is broken down into a set of local governments. Every town and district has a chair. Is that correct? Those chairs are often independent people. They're not all national resistance movement toadies. Many of them are quite independent. Many of them, probably a majority, support the NUP. You can go to your chair. You can go to your district meetings and speak. You're not going to get arrested for speaking against torture and against the regime. Imagine if 5 million Ugandans went to district meetings all over the country on a given day and spoke about torture. Imagine the impact of that on the regime. That suddenly every district meeting, which the regime can't shut down, has people complaining about torture and abuse. That is one thing that can be done by Ugandans. That is a painless, simple thing, but immensely powerful. That's the first thing, to start to speak out again as citizens, saying, I have the primary right to be heard. That's the first step. That is not a supplement, that is the primary move. And then the primary move is to organize another 100,000 person gathering. Not even if Bobby is there. Organize it in your own district. Organize a meeting, a public meeting. Hold public meetings in every district, in every city, in every town, in every county, talking about change. Have a public meeting to talk about changing the Constitution, to get rid of military jurisdiction, which is what is used to arrest people. Have a simple meeting like that. Every district can hold a meeting to discuss whether the Constitution should be amended to eliminate military jurisdiction over the citizen. No one's going to get arrested. That will have immense power. Do this over and over again and begin to organize public meetings and protest. Yes, in some occasions, the government might react with violence, but they can only do that once or twice and on a small scale. And that would be tragic, but people are killed anyway. Far better to begin to assert rights as citizens. I hope I've given some positive examples. There are a myriad of things that can be done, but the first step is to get over the notion that we are, in Uganda, only a subsidiary of this effort. Ugandans are the primary effort. Remember the Arab Spring movements? Those were internal movements. Now, they weren't entirely successful. Some governments later became repressive, but they were not led from the outside. They were led internally. And we have a movement, and it's a legitimized movement. I want to say one more thing, and then I'll close. Uganda was given a great benefit by Britain when Britain left. That benefit was the rule of law. Uganda has a court system. It has lawyers who are well-trained. Most are committed to law. Some have become afraid and become tools of the government. But most have within them that core of belief in law. I've met Ugandan lawyers, and they are as competent and thoughtful and well-trained as American lawyers or British lawyers. Uganda was given this legal system. That tradition still exists. You were given a parliamentary system, and that tradition still exists. It's been abused, it's been straightened and foreclosed a bit, but it is still there. All of these tools exist to be used. The district government system is widespread. It is for you to use. Uganda was given an educational system. There are fine universities. There's a well-educated component of the people. Use these strengths. They're there and they're sitting there waiting to be used. They can also be used politically. And so I would say in closing, the rule of law is what we started with here. The rule of law is what must propel. Remember how Museveni came to power? He came to power through what? Guns. He said, I'm a liberal getting rid of a dictator, but he came to power through a gun. Bobby Wine doesn't have a gun. The NUP does not have a gun. It is a political movement based on the right under the rule of law to be heard. And that is ultimately its strength. Now, we're sitting here peacefully and safely in Arlington next to Washington. Could we have this meeting in Uganda? We might right now. I don't know. We might be able to right now. One could try and see what happens. If you're unwilling to try, then you can't get freedom. Freedom can be taken from the point of a gun, like Museveni has done, but it's also easily lost by fear. And so I would encourage people to leave here with the message that the strength in this movement is much stronger than Museveni and his government. And remember that and take that with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce, for that powerful speech. And I think we sometimes forget that the legal system is long. When you file a case, it takes time. So let's all be patient. The evidence is there, and we know we'll get to the promised land one day. Just one comment. If you have a question or comment, because we're only going to take 3 questions going forward. So if you do have a question, please write it down, provide your email, we'll collect it and give it to the specific speaker, and they will get back to you. So we want to go through the program fast today. But I'll come and talk to you, mister. So right now, I would like to invite the Madam Vice President of the Diaspora here in the US, Madam Leila from Boston.
People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. Thank you so much. Mr. Bruce, thank you so much for that very insightful presentation about ICC. Mr. President, we welcome you, our honorable members of parliament, all the presenters around, and all the members in the house. My name is Leila Mutasa, and I am the Vice Team Leader, USA Chapter. Thank you all for coming around today. We really had that important message about the ICC. Personally, I feel re-energized. I hope you are all. Yes, I know we have not yet reached where we want to be, but we have made a very big progress. Very big process, exactly. Progress is there, and we can see light at the end of the tunnel. We thank you so much. I would like to introduce to you our next presenter, and that's Ms. Kim Paul. She's going to talk about culture as the new currency, empowering minds, decolonizing education, and diaspora as valuable allies in upward mobility and reconciliation of Uganda. Ms. Kim Paul is a visionary leader in social transformation through art. As the chief visionary of the Artisan Conference Philosophy under the Teaching Artist Institute, she spearheads efforts to connect sustainable development with art culture in emerging economies. With a strong international presence, Kim and her team of teaching artists operate in the USA, Ghana, Liberia, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and the Gambia, working on the art for social transformation, teaching artistry in action, curriculum, and workbook. Please help me welcome Ms. Kim Paul. Thank you.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like that river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the skies. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. So I go to my brothers and my sisters, yeah, and I say, brother, help me please. But it winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. Clap for yourself. You are a part of the change I sing about. You are that coming. I start with music because it's important that we remember the vibration that is life, that African people willed. We are the cultural currency. When our organization, the Teaching Artists Institute, says that culture is the new currency, I'm talking about our culture. We are the rhythm people. And when we meet today in this room, we're not just talking about Uganda. At this time, I want to invite my panelists, just stand beside me. Forget the high table and the importance of sitting down. Stand beside me, stand in unity, stand in power. We have Priscilla Nda from Cote d'Ivoire. We also have Alex Nalo from Sierra Leone. Stand with me. You see, it's important that you remember that we're not talking about Uganda. We're talking about Africa for Africans at home and abroad. We're talking about Bia in Cameroon. We're talking about the transition from one generation to the next. I want you to remember what our predecessors were dealing with imperialism and colonization and the remnants of that. You know, when I listened to Museveni's speeches early on, he sounded a lot like Bobby Wine. But power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So when I hear somebody like Bobby Wine, an artist after my own heart, talk about the importance of people power, it is you that we're referring to. But I need you to remember your identity. Because if we get in power, and you will win, you will get in power. Nobody lives forever. You will win. The question is, when it's your turn at the mantle, what will you create? Ideation, design thinking. How are you going to make space to bring artists to decision-making tables? How are you going to decolonize education? Because taking Museveni's power is not enough if you duplicate the same systems that put him into leadership. The truth is that the Western powers benefit from the underdevelopment of Africa. I am not just talking about the work in Uganda. We are interconnected. I was in Mozambique and I saw the Portuguese language spoke so proudly. And me as a black woman, English is the only language I speak. So I'm proud to say Muganda Wangi, right? Because I'm learning slowly. And as I convince my brothers and sisters in the diaspora that we need to go home to Africa, I need you to stand up and make sure that we're creating the Africa we want now. Because I know that you'll win. I know you will assume leadership. But if my brothers and sisters are coming back to Uganda to celebrate Catholicism, if they're coming back to Uganda to celebrate the democratic systems that were given to you, what is the rule of leadership that we've designed? How do we develop economies based on African-centered values, barter, and trade? What is the Baganda's kingdom? Where are the clans? How can we empower the chieftaincy? What is it that we're going to do to decide the cultural value of Uganda? Because you are in leadership, it's bigger than Bobby Wine. He is the beginning of a movement across the continent, and the young people are looking to you for leadership. They're looking to you for leadership, and we have an identity crisis. We are trying to decide who we are. Black skin, white mask. The question becomes, what is the cultural relevance of Uganda for the next generation? And how will that influence Africans everywhere? Culture is the new currency. And us in the diaspora, we are in support of you. We want to be a part of your movement. When we show up to your shores, we want to know, are you going to give us citizenship? Are you going to welcome us as valuable assets to the redevelopment of Africa? We're artists and creators, all of us. And at the next generation, we're talking about reconciliation. Because after Museveni is gone, we'll be left with our broken societies if we don't use art as a tool to figure out the healing now. How are we gonna heal after this? I'm here because I'm on the winning team. You will win, but what next? What next? Black people all over the world are suffering from an internal sickness. It grows inside of us. How are we gonna heal from that? I'm here as an artist giving you what we have. I heard the speaker before me say that it was the civility of the enslaved African that perpetuated the enslavement of African people and U.S. soil. Let me tell you, we never stopped fighting. We fought until we were free. There were slave insurrections, but we are the rhythm people. Our songs were our source of disagreement. The Negro spirituals maintained our sanity. Hip hop, this is the 50th year of hip hop. We used our music to speak back to this system. How is Uganda's artist class gonna come to the front of this movement and use their paintbrushes? How are they gonna use their dances, their music? This is your power, the power to create and define reality. So I look forward to having our artists in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Tanzania. We work in these countries on the ground. We'll be in Uganda next July having this conversation. He said, are you ready to have this conversation on Ugandan soil? Guess what? Your African brothers and sisters in the diaspora already have a date on the calendar. We'll be there next July 2024 to have this conversation. We are not afraid. It's not about fear. We liberated our people here and we'll help to do it there. But guess what? We understand what comes with that liberation. Our people will be broken at the end of this fight when the Europeans and the ICC look and say, I told you so. Look at what the Africans are doing again. Look at the abuse. Look at the torture camps. We are the ones that will be left to pick up the broken pieces. And so I beg of you now, do not allow emotion to cloud how you work with our young people and babies. They are broken. They are afraid. And they're looking to you for leadership. Use art. Sing them mamas a lullaby. Mamas, we need you to come to the front. I'm talking now to the women. You are the first creator. In your womb, you will find the tenets of all creation, Black woman. You are an artist. Your uterus is the first creation. I need you to sing a lullaby to the young people. I need you to remind them of their identities. I need you to help them heal through the process that we're dealing with and prepare them for what's next. I'm joined by brothers and sisters from Cote d'Ivoire and Sierra Leone because they are also using their art as a tool to heal their societies.
Thanks very much, Kim. People power. People power. I call myself a comrade because we all belong to the same struggle. Imagine for a second, we have a sudden death of Museveni. It's not by our revolution, it's not by our ballots. Today, we are witnessing the sudden death of Museveni. He's dead, right? Okay, now, the big question is, can Uganda rise? We're here today because we believe in liberation. We're here because we believe that culture is the new currency. The fight we have is not about Museveni, it's not about dictatorship, it's about the spirit of Museveni. And that spirit has become the African spirit in all African nations. It's about corruption, it's about self. It's about neglecting our people, it's about dividing ourselves. It's about using our resources meant for the greater good for ourselves and oppressing our people. That is the spirit we need to fight. And we cannot fight that spirit, but we need to replace that spirit with what I call the new African liberation movement. Culture is a new currency. What do we believe in? Who are we? What are our values? What are our principles? The culture of Museveni goes beyond his 37-year rule in Uganda. He became president when I was 4 years old. Amazing, right? Crazy. But every story you hear in Uganda with a 37-year-old dictator, you can get that same story in Sierra Leone, and we don't have anyone who's been president for even 15 years. It goes beyond dictatorship. We're fighting a culture. That's the culture of Museveni. His influence on the continent, his principles, his values have been a seed of bad leadership on our continent. We need to rise as Africans, and we need to replace that culture with the Bobby Wine culture. That's a culture of hope. It is not about Bobby Wine as a person, but it's about the culture of standing up. It's about the culture of saying that I have to give it up all to fight for what is right. It's about the culture that I have to stand for what is right when no one is watching. It's about a culture of unity. It's about a culture of believing in Uganda and believing in an African. It's about a culture of hope. It's about a culture of ensuring that Ugandans can live in Uganda and fulfill their potentials. That is a culture we need. We say culture is a new currency. So we are not fighting, we are not here to say we are fighting Museveni, that we want to fight him with the guns. But yes, if he came by the guns, he can be fought by the guns. But let me tell you this. In our generation, our gun is different. We are living in the AI generation. Culture is a currency. Our culture is our bullet, it's our weapon. We are going to use to liberate our nation, Uganda. I call it our nation because I'm an African. And I believe that every African share the Ugandan story. We say culture is a new currency. And that is what we need to be, that is what we need to do. We are using this culture not only to fight and defeat Museveni, but we want to use this culture to buy him out. We want to use this culture to defeat him. We want to use this culture to bring down the long stance of dictatorship, because we believe that it has affected our continent a lot. Again, we ask, what are we using? It's about the emotions. For 37 years, don't we have brave, intelligent, and strong men from Uganda? For 37 years, we've had people in different forms and shapes coming like Bobby Wine, right? For 37 years. But this is it. It's a marathon and not a sprint. We need to endure. And we need to often tell ourselves that if we have to take the spirit, start with self. We need a personal approach to ensure that we win, and we need a personal approach. Our leader, our president, Bobby Wine, is seated here today because he took a personal journey. So you want to ask yourself for a moment, why are you part of the National Unity Platform? Are you part of this platform because you want to follow Bobby Wine? Are you part of this platform because you only believe in his leadership? What is a pain to you? Are you part of this platform because you think that enough should be enough? Are you part of this platform to say, even if I wake up tomorrow and Bobby Wine says that I'm no longer going to lead this movement, we are going to continue with this fight? It should be personal. That is the spirit we need. Because the more we have that individual spirit and we come together as a collective, that is how we'll win. Culture is a new currency. It's powerful. What stories are we telling our kids? What are we teaching them? What art are we using to build our communities? How are we using this art to ensure that we come together as a community? How do we develop ourselves? Do we care about ourselves? Do we love ourselves? A house divided cannot stand. How united are we in our unity of the National Unity Platform? How united are we? Are we interested in getting out Museveni because we want to be the next generation of corrupt African leaders? Is that our intent? We have to keep asking ourselves now and then. But we need to be intentional. And we need to be resolute. We need to be radical in our approaches to ensuring that we build a generation of people who are fearless. But not only people who are fearless, but people who are determined to win. People who are determined to succeed. And with culture as a currency, we can and we will buy out Museveni. Thank you.
Likikwanga moyo Motemonyo miel Yesu Likikwanga fia su Anyama non règne mien au incroix For au monde foi Jésus au adewo For au monde foi Jésus au adewo La fille Yesu au adewo Oma ananga mangwa Hey, Oma ananga mangwa For au monde foi Jésus au adewo For au monde foi Jésus au adewo La fille Yesu au adewo Oma ananga mangwa. The title of this song is Owadewo. It is in my language tribe, which is Baoulé. I am Dapriska and I am from Côte d'Ivoire, the most hospitable country in the world. So I am a teacher and I'm also a singer. I have noticed that my students were not motivated about learning English. So I decided to use my artistry, which is music, to teach my students. And I've conducted this research work, and I've saw that it worked. It works. They started loving English. They started liking this language. And I also use music to promote peace and non-violence in my community. So you can understand that music or art play a very significant role in the building of the community. I am a Mandela Washington Fellow. And as part of my professional development experience, I am working with the Teaching Artists Institute. At the Teaching Artists Institute, I am learning and understanding about the importance of African arts and also the preservation of languages that are disappearing in Africa. So I am working now on the project, which is 2 books. Me and Kim, we are working on this project. It is a book for students from elementary school. These books will be written in 4 languages. Baoulé, which is the language of my tribe in Côte d'Ivoire. Also English, and also Swahili, Luganda, and because I'm also bilingual, I speak French, I speak English, I speak my mother tongue. So this book will also be written in French for our students, for our children. So I take this opportunity to invite you on the event, a community event that will take place on the 27th of August. I will be performing this song that you just heard, Owadewo. And I will also cook a special meal from my country, which we call sauce jumble with futu. This is pounded banana or pounded yam with okra, dried okra soup. So you are all invited because this day will be the release of the 2 books and the day where I will perform this song, Owadewo, which means, "Here we save you." So thank you for having me here today. I'm learning a lot here in the United States during this program with the Teaching Artists Institute. Thank you again.
So the reason that I invited Pressica to be here with us today is because it's important to know that we're still living our real lives as we go on this journey towards liberation. And language is so important. Are you writing this story? Even this story. We were so inspired when we saw that there was a documentary about the man and his music. That is the culture. But each one of you are a part of this movement. Are you writing your story right now, today? The fact that you were in this room, in Luganda or in English, in Richiga. What are the languages of Uganda? These are the tools of your liberation. Take a stand and say that we will define us for us. The U.S. is not going to save you. The West is not going to save you. The ICC is not going to save you. Culture is the new currency, and through our culture, we will save ourselves. Thank you again. My name is Kim Poole.
That was a powerful discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for loving Uganda. Thank you so much for loving Africa. Thank you for loving the blackness in us. And thank you so much for the unity. And at this moment, you all had women. I think when we watched the movie yesterday, we saw the passion that Mrs. Kyagulanyi had. Women, let's get up. We should be part of the movement. We shouldn't be scared. She did her job. We should all do our jobs. And at this moment, I would like to introduce Mr. Kareem to come and give us a brief history of whoever is going to be talking.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Kareem Tambi, and our next topic is going to be diaspora as effective advocates, shaping the U.S.-African relations and policies towards Africa. And our presenter is going to be Mr. Melvin Fort. Melvin is a founder and president of the Constituency of Africa. He is also a board member of the African Society. Mr. Melvin has worked so hard when it comes to the U.S. African policy. He's one of the people, the architects of the AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Program. He also helped shape the PEPFAR program. He is also one of the people who wrote the President Obama's Young African Leaders Initiative. On top of that, recently, he has been working so hard with the Biden administration for us as the African diaspora, and an executive order was established for the President's Advisory Council on African Advisory Engagement. So may you join me as we welcome Mr. Melvin Fort. Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Karibo. It's great to be here. It's always great to be in the presence of the great Bobby Wine. When I first met him, he was a young boy, and he's still at it. So now he's a young man, and I appreciate his determination, you know. Basically, my name is Melvin Foote. I'm the president of an organization called the Constituency for Africa. And if I have a claim to fame, I've been working on Africa my whole adult life. So nearly 50 years, I was working on Africa. I started out as a Peace Corps volunteer in Ethiopia, Eritrea. I worked 3 years in Somalia as country director for an organization called Africare. And I was brought back to Washington in 1994 to educate Americans about Africa and to prove the cooperation between organizations that work on African issues in my work to shape U.S. policy toward Africa. Now that may sound audacious, but I can say we've had a lot of success over many years shaping U.S. policy for Africa. The Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, which is the U.S. trade bill with Africa, we did all the groundwork, we pushed it, and we got the U.S. government to change how we looked at Africa from aid to trade. We also, when President Bush came to power, it was during the time of the HIV/AIDS pandemic. And we lobbied the administration. We said, we want $3 billion for HIV/AIDS in Africa. George Bush gets to the microphone and said, $19 billion for HIV/AIDS in Africa. Even we were shocked with that, because we were pushing for $3 billion. Bush said $19 billion. Whoa. President Obama came up with when he came to power in 2008, he sent his envoy to me. He said, what do you think I should work on in Africa? Because the U.S. economy had crashed. The Republicans had really crashed the economy. They had made the U.S., so welcome to the White House, Mr. Black Man. You don't have no money. And Obama followed George W. Bush. So $19 billion for HIV/AIDS, $5 billion Millennium Challenge account. Here come Obama with nothing in his pocket. And of course the Africans got mad at Obama. Hey brother, why aren't you gonna do more than Bush? So he sent the guy to me and said, Mel, what do you think I can do for 1 or 2 years to buy some time? And so I wrote a paper and I said, don't spend your time chasing Mugabe, Biya, Museveni, and all the old guys. Don't spend your time chasing those guys. Spend your time on the young ones coming up. And that became what we know as the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI. So my job is advocacy. My job is to move the United States to do good things for Africa. It's not a job of celebration. It's not really a protest, It's a technical way that you can move the United States to do things for Africa. And that's my job, right? Let me say, I've been to Uganda in 1994. When we were working on the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, we toured Africa. And we stopped in Kampala. And we met with Museveni and his government. This is 1994. He's still in power. Wow. But I can say that Uganda is a beautiful country, as you all know. It's the pearl of Africa, as you all know. So let's don't say everything is bad about Uganda. Uganda are beautiful people, very smart people. All of you are smart. I don't have any question about that. When I first started talking about Africa, the first African I understood was Idi Amin. You guys got a problem in Uganda. You like these guys who are strong men and who, dominate. The culture got to be changed. Let me say, in America, the United States, most Americans don't know much about Africa. When I first went to Africa, I told my father I'm going to Africa as a Peace Corps volunteer. He said, boy, you're going to get eaten by a lion. I didn't know. And I thought that that Tarzan, who was this white man who was a program where the white man in the jungle, he talked to the animals. When I first went to Africa, I thought Tarzan would be at the airport to take us to the village. That's what I thought about Africa. So most Americans don't know anything about Africa. Most Americans, 95%, if you say, I'm from Uganda, they won't know what you're talking about. They will have no idea about Uganda. This is most Americans. Here in Washington, we tend to know more about Africa because we're more international. But you go to Nebraska, you go out to Oregon, You go to Illinois, you go other places and say, oh, I'm from Uganda. They won't even know what you're talking about, you know? So the first thing you got to realize is that Americans don't know your country. Now, the other thing what we don't realize is that African Americans, people like me, my people came to America by way of the slave trade, you know? Chains. We came to America and trade. So when we think about this country, don't think we're happy, you know? A lot of Africans come in, oh, this place is beautiful. Look at the White House. Oh, look at all the food they eat. Oh, this is a great country. You black people should be happy. We ain't happy. We're not happy. You think you're mad about Mussolini? We're mad about America. So don't misunderstand that. Now, your biggest advocacy in this country, the biggest people who can support you are people like me, people of my color. We love Africa, and I personally think that we as African Americans, we're more Pan-African than anybody in Africa, you know? We don't care if you're from Cape Town, or you're from Nairobi, or you're from Lagos. We don't care. We love Africa, and we love African people, period. So understand that about us, you know? We are Pan-Africanists. We also like Africans in Jamaica. We like Africans in Trinidad. CIA? I think they don't like what I got to say. That's what I think. I may have a problem when I get outside. They'll knock on my door, say, we didn't like what you had to say. But I think what I'm more interested in, I think this is a really positive gathering. It's always important to bring people together to, to encourage us. That's important. But it also needs to be a meeting of about 25 people, not 100, 25 maximum. There need to be half of them need to be women. A third of them need to be young people. I'm telling you what it needs to look like. The room needs to be looking like that. Because Africans tend to like to have meetings where only the men are talking. You guys know how you are. But this room needs to be half women, half men, some young, some old, some are scholars, some are grassroots organizers, but come up with a strategy really to move the ball forward. What do you want to do about Uganda is the question. What do you want to do about Uganda is the question. So if you want to do such a meeting, call me. I'm ready to work with you on putting that together. I don't have much more to say. I was in Nigeria 2 months ago for the Global African Diaspora Summit. Global African Diaspora Summit. And 60 countries were represented at that conference in Abuja. The follow-up conference is committed to be in Uganda in 2024. I don't know if you guys know that. Your minister for diaspora or whatever stood up and said Uganda's going to hold the next summit. So I'm thinking I'm going to be in Uganda in 2024, if not before. I don't even know who your ambassador in Washington is. I don't even know who the ambassador is. I met the previous ambassador somewhere at a reception. Uganda got to do a better job of engaging America. He's the ambassador? I didn't know that. I always thought you were just a good guy. The people's ambassador. People's ambassador. I'm talking about the one that they send from Kampala who come like this and drive a big car and live in a big house. Big man. Big man. This guy is not big enough to be you need to be a big man. I need to be ambassador. So I'm going to leave you with the fact that don't agonize, organize, I'm happy to be here. It's always good to see Bobby Wine. He's one of the more decent human beings I know. And he's a stand-up. He's a stand-up guy. We were together in Baltimore at the State of the Black World Summit, and Ron Daniels is in the building, but I'm in another meeting right now. So Ron is running that meeting. He'll be back now. You'll see him. But Bobby came and was really among the people. It wasn't like he was, he's us. He's the right guy. And I think one day he will be president of Uganda. I think that. And if not the president of Uganda, how about the head of the African Union? To me, which would be better? The guy we got over there now, we need an AU chairperson who stands up and gets stuff done. I'm looking for African leaders who are ready to lead and not just talk about it, not just get mad. I want African leaders who are going to lead. And my message to the young people, we need more Nelson Mandelas out here. We really do. We need more Nelson Mandelas to stand up if we're going to solve the problem. The problem with Uganda is not limited to Uganda. The problem with Uganda is limited to black people. And I don't care where you are in the world, you got the same problem that you guys are arguing about with Museveni, and hell, we got all kinds of problems here with our leadership, So we need young people to grow up and commit themselves to real leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Melvin, for talking to us about the advocacy for change, and we in the diaspora can effectively make this positive change. I just want to make an announcement before I introduce the next speakers, we do have a 2K run tomorrow. So if you're like Usain Bolt, or you're like the Jamaican sprint, please be ready to be out in the morning, and I think there's an award if you're in the top 5. So let's be ready tomorrow at 8 in the morning. The next speakers would be talking about human rights in Uganda, combating torture and supporting survivors, and it's the role of the task, featuring Andrea Barron and Joanne Godetta. Andrea Barron has led task advocacy and outreach program since November 2013. She passionately works with survivors to advocate for human rights policies, particularly those in towards countries whose governments have perpetrated torture. Andrea plays a pivotal role in educating policymakers and the public on issues affecting survivors, including the affirmative asylum backlog. Andrea holds a master's degree in history from Boston College and has completed doctoral courses in government at the University of Maryland, College Park. She was an adjunct professor of history at George Mason University from 1999 to 2015. On the other hand, Joanne is a dedicated lawyer, has been a driving force in TASK's efforts to combat torture in Uganda. A graduate of Georgetown Law School, she served as legal and international counsel at TASK until recently. At TASK, Joanne represented torture survivors in the asylum proceedings and coordinated efforts to expand public awareness of torture and hold perpetrators accountable to their actions internationally. Her profound legal expertise and advocacy have contributed significantly to supporting survivors and seeking justice for victims of torture. Please, let's welcome the 2 wonderful speakers.
So, hello everyone. So, my name is Andrea Barron. I'm the Advocacy Program Manager at TASK, the Torture, Abolition, and Survivors Support Coalition. It's a long name. And we just call it the Torture Abolition Coalition. And we're going to divide our presentation into 3 parts. I'm going to speak for 5 or 6 minutes about TASK and our mission. And then Joanne is going to speak for around 15 minutes about our report on torture in Uganda. And then I'm going to talk about U.S. policy on Uganda, focusing more on Congress and what I see as a way to press the Biden administration and Congress to move beyond rhetorical condemnation of the Museveni regime. You all might not like my ideas, but I'm going to tell you what they are. Yeah. Okay, so TASK was founded in 1998 by Sister Diana Ortiz, an Ursuline nun who was tortured and raped by the Guatemalan military in 1989 at a time when the U.S. supported the country's right-wing military dictatorship. So Uganda is not the only dictatorship that the United States has supported in its history. TASK's mission is to end the practice of torture wherever it occurs and empower survivors, their families, and communities. Just like we heard Bobby Wine say that he's a survivor, not a victim, we call our survivors. We don't say they're victims, they're survivors. Our TASK provides a variety of direct services to survivors in the DC area: free legal aid, social services, mental health support, and career development. Over 95% are from Africa. Most were persecuted because they were political activists in their country. Our legal department has 2 immigration attorneys and a paralegal with expertise in asylum law. The overwhelming majority of our survivors are affirmative asylum seekers, and we have a small number of defensive cases. Social services help survivors build on their strengths to develop a path to reach their goals, including their career objectives. The mental health program helps them cope with multiple traumas and losses in a safe, caring, and confidential environment. I'm going to focus now on the advocacy program, which I lead. Because TASK was founded as an advocacy organization to combat torture, and because we're only 20 minutes away from the US Congress and the White House, we're located very close to Catholic University in DC Northeast. We're uniquely positioned to work with survivors in advocating for policies that matter to them. The advocacy program is national and also has some international components. So I work with both survivors in the DC area, and since the pandemic, we started working on Zoom with people all over the country, including a few Ugandans. Most of them are from New York, New Jersey, California, and Illinois. Is anybody here from Massachusetts? So that's my home state, Boston strong. Woo! We use 3 criteria to decide what issues to work on. What policy issues do survivors care about? How can we have an impact? And what is our capacity to achieve a specific goal? During my first years at TASK, we concentrated on human rights abuses in the countries survivors are from, mostly Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Eritrea, a few from Sudan and Uganda. In the last 2 years, we've dedicated most of our time to our affirmative asylum justice campaign. Some of you might be aware there are thousands of asylum applicants, over 180,000, who are affirmative, which means they entered the US legally with visas, and they've waited as long as 7 years for an interview with the US Citizenship and Immigration Services. Does anybody know about this? These are not the people who crossed the border. These are people who entered legally with visas and can't get an interview. People know about this? Okay, so if you have, this is apart from my regular speech, if you know anyone waiting more than 5 years for an interview, affirmative, they can email me at andrea@task.org and let me know. I particularly need some people from Massachusetts because we cannot get Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey to get with us until I find some Massachusetts people. But wherever you're from, only waiting over more than 5 years, okay? Please. So, up until TASK launched our campaign in 2021, with partners in New York City and California, nobody paid attention to these people. They've suffered tremendously because of forced family separation, psychological trauma, fear of being sent back to their country. They have a well-founded fear of future persecution. They include torture survivors, rape victims, and persecuted members of the LGBT community. How does TASK advocacy work? We prepare survivors to meet with congressional aides in person or over Zoom to share their stories. Before the pandemic, we had about 70 congressional meetings a year. Of course, you all know these are not with actual members of Congress. They're with the aides, but the aides help make policy. So when you set up your meetings, don't feel badly if you can't meet with a representative of the senator. Most people don't. So this year we only had 50 because of the pandemic, and next year, hopefully we're back to 70. Our biggest success so far has been a letter on July 27th from 61 members of the House of Representatives sent to Jadu, you never heard her name before. She is the director of USCIS, and Homeland Security Mayorkas. And what we're trying to do is move all affirmative asylum seekers waiting more than 5 years to the front of the line. That's what we want. Now, this doesn't mean, thank you, I'm glad, I wasn't sure how many people here follow that issue about affirmative asylum seekers, because I know a lot of you are immigrants and you've been here a while. This doesn't mean that USCIS has to listen to them, but it's a big deal when you have 61 members of Congress. So we're bragging because Amnesty International gets those kind of numbers on their letters. We're a tiny little organization. So the torture survivors, me, my interns, so we're very proud that we got these 61 names of people. Thank you. Because we work very, very hard. So, of course, now we're trying to get a similar letter on the Senate. Okay, so I think this is the part where I'm going to conclude my introduction to TASC. And now I'm going to introduce Joanne Geddert, who's going to speak about torture in Uganda. She was a volunteer at TASC, a volunteer lawyer, and she works much harder than many people paid for 40 hours a week. So let's thank Joanne.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I am so honored to be here. You know, those years that I was working, it was behind a desk with a computer screen in front of me, just sitting in my chair, working on these human rights issues in Africa, and especially Uganda. To be with you who have lived experiences that have seen the impacts of persecution and torture, whether it's personally or among family or friends or political colleagues. It's so meaningful for me to be here, and again, I really am honored. Now, my work at TASC first involved, as I think Andrea mentioned, representing dozens of torture survivors in the asylum office, in the immigration court, and we struggled together to get asylum for them. There's a terrible irony about TASC asylum seekers. On one hand, we're usually successful, but on the other hand, the reason we're successful is because our TASC members have typically suffered such terrible, horrendous persecution that their stories can't be denied. Now, my role was just to document their experience, put it in a good legal framework, and guide them through a very complicated legal administrative process. It was incredibly rewarding, to secure a life in the United States, one survivor at a time. But after a while, our then director, Leonce Bimiana, asked me to move on to an effort where success can make such a bigger difference, but where the risk of failure is also much bigger. And that is in attempting to hold perpetrators of torture and persecution accountable for their brutality. Now, when the successes happen, it's spectacular. They can be punished financially, publicly vilified, made pariahs, imprisoned. It would send a strong signal to others as well and hopefully deter them. But why is the risk of failure so great? Frankly, it's because the tools that we have in the United States for holding these individuals accountable are totally inadequate. One of them is the Torture Victim Protection Act. On paper, it looks great. A survivor of torture in the United States can sue in federal court against the perpetrator. But those victories, when they happen, are hollow, because unless that perpetrator has ties to the United States, and even more importantly, assets in the United States that can be taken to pay damages, it doesn't really amount to much. TASC, we tried to identify some of these perpetrators. We certainly had any number of torture survivors who could have been plaintiffs in those cases, but we just couldn't find the perpetrators that had the assets in the United States. So that really didn't work for us, and frankly, it rarely works for others. Second, cases can be brought to the International Criminal Court, and I'm not going to talk about this because we have a man here, Bruce Afran, who has done work that I admire beyond measure. You know, we lawyers, we talk about evidence and we talk about argument, and this is the strongest evidence and the most powerful legal argument that could possibly be mounted. And all I can do is hope and pray that there is success in the end. Finally, there's the use of global Magnitsky sanctions against persecutors, and here is where TASC has made very, very concerted effort over a number of years, and Andrea and I have personally worked very hard to build strong cases. Now, for reasons I'll explain, we can't talk about the specifics of our work, but this much I can say. We've submitted voluminous and I think ironclad evidence of the kind of serious human rights violations that the Global Magnitsky Act is supposed to correct. And we've submitted them, by the way, not just to the US State Department, but also to the sanctions enforcement agencies in the United Kingdom and the European Union. If all three of those governments agree to sanction, it can be the most powerful deterrent. Does it ever happen? Very rarely. Now, when a human rights group like TASC does submit a sanctions petition, it's not like a court case where there's a public record. We submit, and we have no idea what happens to it. It goes to the State Department, and they do their work, and we never hear back from them. And we look every week to see if one of our perpetrators has been sanctioned. Now, that confidentiality is frustrating, but it makes good sense because you obviously don't want to tip off a perpetrator, tell them, hey, we're going after you, so they can then take their assets out of the United States and move them to their home country or Russia or China or somewhere where human rights violations are just fine. And also, and it's even more, we need to protect the safety of the brave individuals who gave evidence to us and came forward with their experiences. What this means is we never know the outcome of our cases. In Uganda, I'm going to be careful here, we know, for example, that Abel Kandiho was sanctioned a little over a year ago, I think. Whether or how or TASC may or may not have played a role in that, we will never know. Now, it's interesting because the United States and the United Kingdom and the European Union, especially around the 2021 elections, have all come out and made statements condemning the human rights abuses that occurred around that election. But sanctions have not happened, except, I guess, in the one instance that I just mentioned. Now, Andrea's insights into U.S. foreign and military ties to Uganda, and others, I'm sure, who have spoken about those today with you or will later, give hints into why sanctions against Museveni's henchmen have not taken place, even when they should, if they were based genuinely on the human rights violations themselves. So how can we, at least at TASC, hold perpetrators accountable, given that there are few legal avenues to do so? In the end, we looked to the court of public opinion, and that's the route that we took with all the evidence that we had, and the result was our comprehensive report on torture in Uganda. The report first summarized the long, tragic history, over 50 years history, of the widespread use of torture by any number of Uganda's leaders. It describes the physical and psychological impact that the trauma of torture can have on its victims. And it counters directly the government argument that there are already avenues in Uganda for holding human rights violators accountable just within the system already. Then the real focus of the report was its absolutely unsparing, detailed account of the regime's brazen, and I mean brazen, use of torture to keep its hold on power since 2017. For this, we relied on many sources, the accounts of human rights organizations that are on the ground in Africa, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch in particular, the international press, and the BBC and Al Jazeera, I can say, have done a somewhat credible job. The US press has woefully fallen short. Public accounts by prominent Ugandans, members of parliament, candidates, authors. But most importantly, we relied on the information that we got from the people we call our brave citizen journalists. And they came to us as a result of, and the young people in this audience, I probably appreciate this more than I can, a secure online reporting platform that TASC established. And we used social media and word of mouth to get the information out. And the purpose of that was to collect information about torture and persecution in Uganda. And within 2 months, we received online reports of unlawful imprisonment, torture, other abuses from over 300 Ugandan citizens. 2 months, 300 reports. and what wasn't even a well-publicized avenue for reporting. And from those, we took the testimony of 22 of those reporters who were willing to sit down with us and patiently and courageously describe the most unimaginable experiences in anyone's life. So with this rich and tragic information, we did our report on what is the systematic, and I emphasize systematic, use of torture and other serious human rights abuses in Uganda. The first of those was police attacks at public events. Now, some of these are so well known, I don't have to talk about the details. The 2017 attacks on members of parliament resulted in the arrests and torture of Bobi Wine and others. The 2018 attacks at, before, and after a political rally in Arusha. The second set of systematic violations we found were attacks on journalists, especially intense persecution of journalists during and after the 2021 presidential campaign. 2 journalists were badly beaten just for reporting during the campaign. Many were kept away by force from public polling places on election day, and 20 were attacked, physically attacked by police, covering Bobi Wine's filing of a complaint at the Kampala UN office. 4 of them were hospitalized with serious injuries. And then the third and largest category that we looked at was police violence against ordinary citizens. And we looked at 2 groups, UDP and other opposition group activists and supporters, and gay and lesbian Ugandans. Now, hundreds had entered, as I said, these are their experiences in our online reporting system, and 20 of those their stories ended up in the report. About half of the individuals that we talked to and included in the report wanted their names to be in that report. They were willing to take the risk that in a public report, they could be exposed and then persecuted once again simply for working with us on the report. Another half, and typically those were individuals with families and children, perfectly legitimately asked that their words be anonymously reported, and we of course honored that. Now, I wish there was time to tell every one of their stories, and obviously there isn't. But these are ordinary citizens. They're just living their lives. They're just exercising the most simple rights that we in this country take for granted of speech and assembly and association. And everyone that talked to us was either arrested, detained, tortured, their families threatened, a few were even disappeared. And all they were doing was attending rallies, standing on a street corner wearing a pro-UDP t-shirt, walking home from work after spending a day working at the polls, or dragged out of bed in the middle of the night. And that's story after story after story. In the end, the report was published in mid-2021, submitted to the Africa Union Commission on Human Rights. Since then, it has on the TASC website been downloaded over 400 times and has been viewed more than 25,000 times. And if you haven't seen it, please take a look. Its results were widely reported in Uganda and in a number of other African countries and their press outlets. Sadly, it got very little coverage in the United States. Human rights abuses in Africa never get the attention that they deserve. But we also know, and this was especially important to me as an old asylum attorney, that asylum attorneys across the country would use this report as part of their evidence in the asylum cases that they brought forward for their Ugandan clients. They must include evidence in those evidence packets of such dangerous country conditions in the individual's home country that they could not return home safely. And our report certainly demonstrated that. And then finally, I'll just note that at the time of the report, after the report was published, the regime continues its autocratic hold on Uganda. With no election campaigns in the last year, it seems that those human rights abuses may have tamped down a little bit. Maybe it was the sanctions against Candido. Maybe the pending ICC case has chastened Museveni and his henchmen. Perhaps it's just easing up and waiting for the next election campaign. And then just a few months ago, I was shocked that Museveni announced that his government was throwing out the UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights from Uganda. And why? He said that, well, and I quote, "While there were some mistakes in handling people when they were being arrested, we corrected those mistakes." Does anyone in this room believe that statement? No, I certainly don't. But please, please know that there are those of us here in DC, especially Andrea and her colleagues at TASC, who will keep the faith with the Ugandan people. And I'll be with her all the way. And I fear, I've talked a lot about the limitations and kind of the bad news in how much we can accomplish in keeping perpetrators accountable. But we all obviously have to keep trying. We will, and I know all of you will too. Thank you so much for letting me take up a little bit of your time.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
Hi, before I start, I want to welcome Eamon Tabir. Eamon, are you back there? That's, Eamon, want to stand up? He's the Executive Director of TASC. And he's a torture survivor from Sudan. So here's somebody else from another African country here in solidarity with the Ugandans. And he's my boss, so be nice to him if you see him. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is going to be a little controversial. Do I seem like the kind of person who would talk about something controversial? I do. But the title, I'm going to begin with something that's not controversial. It's called Moving Beyond Rhetorical Condemnation. So, we know that torture carried out in so-called safe houses and forced disappearances, rape, have been going on continuously under the brutal regime of Yoweri Museveni. Every year, the US State Department, in its human rights reports, documents these actions: intimidation of journalists, attacks against Museveni's political opponents, murder, corruption, criminalization of same-sex consensual sexual conduct. Year after year, this rhetorical condemnation continues. That means a lot of talk, right? My first experience with a torture survivor from Uganda was in 2019, when I helped set up meetings for Member of Parliament Betty Nambuz in the US Congress and accompanied her on these visits. I had read about how she was attacked in Parliament in 2017 by Museveni's thugs, breaking her back. I walked with her through the tunnels in Congress, in meetings with 2 members of Congress. It reminded me of when I used to escort my 80-year-old mother, who just had a few minor aches. Betty was suffering tremendously, but she never complained, not even once. But at the same time we read these State Department human rights reports, we kept hearing about how the US did not want to alienate Museveni because Uganda boasts the largest number of refugees in Africa, now 1.5 million, and of course because of its contribution to the African Union's mission in Somalia, now the African Union's transition mission in Somalia. The aid kept flowing to Uganda regardless of how many egregious human rights abuses were carried out. But then something changed in February of 2014. That was when Uganda passed the first infamous Anti-Homosexuality Act. This is where some of the controversial stuff comes in. The act mandated life imprisonment for gay sex, 7 years in prison for, quote, attempting to commit homosexuality, and 5 to 7 years in jail, and a $4,000 fine for, quote, promotion of homosexuality. The Obama administration decided Uganda needed to be sanctioned, even though it was considered a generous host for refugees and a reliable counter-terrorism party in Somalia. After the law was signed, Obama told Museveni that this law would, quote, complicate our valued relationship with Uganda, and, quote, be a step backward for all Ugandans and reflect poorly on Uganda's commitment to protect the human rights of its people. Museveni refused to back down, claiming that Western criticism of the law was, quote, an attempt at social imperialism. But here is where Obama went beyond rhetorical condemnation. These were admittedly small steps, but at least they were concrete actions. And we kept hearing all weekend here about action. The Defense Department canceled an aviation exercise with Uganda. The State Department imposed a visa ban on officials involved with corruption and human rights violations against the gay population, a precursor to the global Magnitsky Act. The Obama administration even planned on, quote, redirecting certain financial support for the Ministry of Health and allocating the $3 million it intended to use for a national public health institute to another African country. It also ended a $2.4 million community policing program for the Uganda police. All of these measures demonstrate that the U.S. can suddenly develop the political will to punish the Museveni regime. If they want, exactly. What happened after that? Museveni stopped objecting to Western social imperialism. And in August 2014, Uganda's constitutional court annulled the anti-homosexuality law. After the law was annulled, Uganda continued with its, quote, normal practice of attacking the political opposition. After the violence around the 2016 election, Human Rights Watch reported that the U.S., quote, raised serious concerns over intimidation and abuse during the elections, but there were no changes to U.S. policy, none. At that point, the U.S. was providing $440 million to Uganda for the health sector and $70 million to Amazon. Torture and abductions every year continued and went on and on. After the 2021 election, State Department Ned Price said the U.S. was concerned, that's what we call rhetorical condemnation, about a lot of issues. Sometimes the U.S. is concerned. Sometimes they're very concerned. They're gravely concerned, and they're deeply concerned. Or they can be troubled, or very troubled, or deeply troubled, right? All rhetorical condemnation. And so that, after the 2020 election, Ned Price said they're concerned about election irregularities and would consider a range of targeted options to hold accountable those members of the security forces responsible for these actions, but nothing happened. So, members of Congress have been more critical of Uganda than the State Department. Does anybody know off the top of your head which members of Congress have been most critical of Uganda? Anybody know? Senator Menendez? Anybody else? Cory Booker. Did someone say that? Okay. Okay, good. Okay. So in 2021, after the election, Senator Booker and Republican Senator Jim Risch, both from the Foreign Relations Committee, sent a joint letter to Secretary of State Antony Blinken expressing their grave concern, but they're not only going to talk about grave concern. Grave concern comes first. Grave concern about the state of democracy and ongoing human rights abuses in Uganda, but they also asked the State Department to review all non-humanitarian assistance to Uganda to ensure that it is not aiding or abetting corruption or human rights abuses. Uganda currently receives around $900 million in bilateral assistance from the U.S. $533 million is from USAID, combating HIV/AIDS, fighting malaria and tuberculosis, very closely monitored. The $100 million is for food, and much of the rest is probably from the Defense Department. This information is classified, so we don't know exactly where it goes and how much it is. However, the U.S. must also approve World Bank funds that go directly to the government of Uganda. And where's Kareem? There he is. I remember I went on a demonstration with you guys, and then we also went to the World Bank. And I didn't really know that much about Uganda at that point. I said, why are we going to the World Bank? And so, but that was the right thing to do because obviously, I even had a red hat, which I did have, but I was worried it was going to fall off, so I didn't wear it today. But I do have my red hat. So the United States must also approve World Bank funds that go directly to Uganda. This money, in contrast to AID money, is not carefully audited and relatively easy to steal, which I'm sure a lot of you know. So one thing the U.S. could do could be more aggressive in determining how World Bank funds are spent in Uganda, since it's the largest contributor to the bank. So in December 2021, the U.S. did sanction Major General Abel Candido. Joanne already talked about that. But most of what it was doing was still rhetorical condemnation. Now comes the other controversial thing I'm going to talk about. Then came the second anti-homosexuality law, signed into law in May 2023. It is the most severe anti-gay law in the world, even more punitive than the 2014 anti-gay law. Makes acts of homosexuality punishable by up to 20 years in prison and mandates the death penalty for what is called aggravated homosexuality. Just like Obama did in 2014, this extreme anti-gay law has mobilized the Biden administration and members of Congress to punish the Museveni regime, which I know a lot of you are aware of. Biden said the U.S. may impose sanctions on Uganda and would evaluate the implications of the law, quote, on all aspects of U.S. engagement with Uganda. That's an opening. That's an opening for advocacy in Congress. That one sentence, all aspects of U.S. engagement with Uganda. So what I'm going to be talking about is how can you use the condemnation of this law to expand U.S. condemnation of human rights and torture and corruption in Uganda. That's what I'm going to be arguing. So he also said this could apply to Uganda's eligibility for AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Biden continued. Listen to the words he said. This shameful act is the latest development in an alarming trend of human rights abuses and corruption in Uganda. I'm going to say it again. Biden said this shameful act, the Anti-Gay Act, is the latest development in an alarming trend of human rights abuses and corruption in Uganda. If he had not condemned the anti-gay law, he would not be talking about the other human rights abuses and corruption, right? So what's important for people to do is not just say, oh, they only talk about the anti-gay law. How can you use that to get the administration and Congress to expand their criticism of Uganda in every different way? Oh, thank you. I'm glad some people support that, because I knew this is a little bit of a touchy issue. Okay, so Museveni claims that Western countries are exporting their values to Uganda and that the anti-gay law reflects genuine Ugandan values. But what has actually happened in the last 20 years is that right-wing evangelical Christians in the United States, the same people whose friends might have stormed the US Capitol in 2021, 15 minutes from my house, they have targeted Uganda as ripe for the picking. According to the well-respected Chicago Council on Global Affairs, and I have 2 copies of this article here, if anybody wants to take a look at it. It's a very respected organization. What they said is that these extremist so-called American Christians decided to focus their anti-gay agenda on Uganda. They picked Uganda out of all the African countries. From 2007 to 2020, over 20 evangelical groups spent at least $54 million in Africa to influence, quote, law, policies, and public opinion on birth control, reproductive rights, and an anti-gay agenda. Nearly half was spent in one country, Uganda. Did anybody know this? So you can read this article. I only brought 2, but it's called The Unholy Relationship Between Uganda's Anti-LGBTQ Law and U.S. Evangelicalism. You can just go to the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, put in Unholy Relationship, and you'll find it. Karim, you were reading it. It's a good article, right? He has to say yes. Okay, so Then in 2009, top American evangelical leaders organized a 3-day conference in Kampala to expose the homosexual agenda. That is when they laid the groundwork for the 2014. Okay. I'm almost done. The groundwork was laid for the 2014 anti-gay law. So this came from America. Those are American cultural extremists who were coming to Uganda. The last thing I want to talk about very, very briefly, and this is important, this is an amendment to something called the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA. And 2 members of Congress proposed this amendment. It didn't pass, but I want to summarize it very quickly what it is, because this is the direction I recommend that people go. So the amendment says, from Congressman Bob Garcia and Congresswoman Becca Balint, all funds to Uganda should be cut, all funds should be cut, including assistance in the form of equipment and training to coordinate joint training exercises, until the Secretary of State certifies that Uganda has taken 4 actions. So this is calling for a real aid cut. It's going beyond rhetorical condemnation. No more money for military assistance until Uganda investigates and prosecutes members of the UPDF who have violated human rights, until they establish that now neither the police or the UPDF are persecuting LGBT people. This is part of the package. It's part of the package. Next, establish that the police and the UPDF are protecting the rights of trade unionists, journalists, human rights defenders, critics of the government, faith and religious leaders, and other civil society activists. And that guarantees that judicial system investigates, prosecutes, and brings to justice members of the police and the military who have committed human rights abuses. So my last sentence is, I see 2 ways to have an impact in Congress. One is this incredible film that we saw last night, of course, to get it around to the public, to students, to Congress. And the other is to encourage members of Congress to not criticize them for attacking the anti-gay law, but say we want to build on it and expand it so that you condemn all human rights abuses and corruption in Uganda and take action to cut military aid. Oh, that's it. I don't know who's next.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
Yo TV channels app kateli big and better. Anti app nyamwemu otuke musi yokunyumirwa. Selecting a Yo TV channels or streaming a live radio net TV. Ubachibanda Express katandike butandisi ngabonyumirwe bina Uganda. Ate kubolingo extra supporting a music wa Uganda ne comedy. Chokanga kumuto abana bakunyumirwanga no kuyiga wakatuni wo mulemba abako atenga yigiriza. Downloading app ya Yo TV channels lero.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
Victims of survivors. So thank you for your presentation. I would like to shift gears to our team from Uganda by calling, I know we have so many delegates who are with us today. I would like to call our spokesperson, Honorable Joe Senyonyi, to come and take over the next part of the presentations. We want to give an opportunity to the voices from our country back home. So thank you so much, Joe, for being with us.
People power. Our power. NUP. And everywhere. Just before I get started, let me invite my colleague, members of parliament, to come say hello to us. Then I'll make a few remarks and invite the president. Let's welcome the legislators from Uganda. The one ahead of the team is Kayemba Solo. He thinks he's a good footballer. I disagree. But he tries. Let me also invite the deputy mayor from Nakawa, Deputy Mayor from Naka, please come and also say hello to us. We are just saying hello, introducing ourselves properly. A number of them are part of the shadow cabinet. They will tell us the portfolios, and then we shall move quickly.
People power, our power. I'm Kayemba Soro. My Christian name is Geoffrey, but I don't want to mention it. I prefer calling me Kayemba Soro. I represent Bukoma Nsimbi South constituency, and I'm also the People's Minister for Sports. Nyongereko baba, nebo nkomao, mkali.
Simbwa Fred Kagwa, MP Nachfuma Count. People power, our power. Thank you.
People power, our power. This is Kaya Christine Nachimoero. I'm the woman member of parliament for Chiboga district. And I am the Minister for Water and Environment in the alternative government. We are no longer shadows. We are the real option that Ugandan wants. And we are very privileged to be here. I will say this in Uganda. Nedira Kasimba, Akabirongo, omubala gwaffe gugamba kiiso kya mbuzi kirekerera omussi ne kitunuulira omubaazi. Tutunuulire omussi, tetutunuulira babaazi. Thank you.
People power, our power. Yes, my name is Katabazi Francis Katongole. They nicknamed me Mutanzige. I represent the people of Kalungu East, and my president appointed me the minister in charge of East African Community Affairs. So at the moment, I'm representing the diaspora because my counterpart of foreign affairs is not here. But we really thank you so much as the diaspora for supporting the struggle. And all I can pray is to believe in our leadership, because we are having a very big problem at the moment, different parties. You know, we are fighting three things: Museveni, we are fighting Musevenism, and we are fighting Musevenists. Those are three things. Very difficult, complicated, though easy to fight once we are together. I believe if we have no enemies amongst us, the enemy outside is harmless. I believe we can, with our able leadership of Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I believe he's an anointed person. He has made me believe somebody who has never stood for even any position become member of parliament. So if I manage to win a very powerful minister, I believe he will also win the Museveni guy and the Musevenists and the Musevenism. So with that, I would like us to remain a team, because they say a team is a group of people, but not all groups are teams. So let us be a team. Do whatever you can do to forward the struggle. Thank you very much. God bless you.
People power, our power. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nabukera Hanifa, the woman MP of Mukono District. The district that used to be NRM dominated, and we struggled to get it out of NRM. So now we are all NUP People Power. I am the Shadow Minister for Human Rights. We had a lot to say today, but unfortunately, we have not gotten time, but we came prepared to tell you what human rights in Uganda, violations of human rights in Uganda, and how the laws of Uganda have defeated our efforts. But because of short of time, probably in the next session or next time, we will have to elaborate and tell you more of what we are facing. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm called Mutoni Saha Buken, Deputy Mayor Nakawa. My message is so simple. I would love to say thank you very much. Tubasiima nnyo, tubasaamu ekitiibwa, ate tubeeyagaliramu. Lastly, mbadde nsaba tutwale akakisa kano ffenna tugambe President waffe. Thank you, Sebo. Thank you for being a sacrifice. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you for making some of us shine. We appreciate you. Sebo, thank you very much. My MP, Nakawa tuwedde, your mayor ne MP.
And my name is Joel Senyonyi. I represent the people of Nakawa West in Parliament and Chairperson Kosase. Kosase Mujidi. Tulwanagana obusajja eyo naye ssebo. Naye tujja bulemerako paka. We are delighted to be here. I'll make a few remarks and then I'll invite our president to address us. We want to firstly appreciate our leadership, our diaspora leadership, the team headed by Dr. Daniel Kauma and the rest of everybody. Thank you. Thank you for exhibiting leadership. It's tough leading adults, it's tough leading leaders. And so I want to appreciate you. Want to thank you too, our diaspora team, for making it easy on them, but most importantly, for being desirous for change. You know, it's one thing to be where you are and live your life. There's many people in the diaspora who say, you know what, we left Uganda and all its confusion, let's start a life. And they started a life wherever they are. They don't want anything to do with Uganda. And to an extent, you might not blame them because they went through hell and back. And they said, you know what, let's forget about that country. But you have said, look, even though we moved to wherever we did, some of you acquired citizenship this side, you're saying Uganda is still home and you'll do everything in your power to see that home gets better. And so we don't take this for granted, that you'll travel from wherever you've traveled. You've come from different states. I've met people who came from Germany. There's a lady I saw from Germany. There are people that have come from UK, far and wide, and you have said, let's take off time, work and our busy schedules to come. Not just to be happy, but because there's a cause before us and we must pursue that cause. And so I want to appreciate you and all the organizers for this convention. In 1985, my father was dating my mother. And he left the country for a short course, I forget which country. And while there, chaos broke out in Uganda. And so he called my mother. They had these landlines, some of these places, and said, you know, I cannot return to Uganda because we shall die there. So let me organize papers for you. You come and join me in the country he was. I forget which country it was. And so as they were in the process of working out the papers, January 1986, Museveni took power. And there was a semblance of sanity. People thought it was Uhuru. And so my father called my mother and said, you know, now there is peace and tranquility in Uganda. You don't need to join me. Let me come back home. So my father returned February or March, thereabout. And I was born in December of that very year. So when I was born in December of 1986, now you can calculate my age. My father told my mother, let's name this our son after this hero who made it possible for me to return home. And so, my father wanted me to be named Yoweri. My mother was very foresighted. She put up a challenge. She said, but you see, this name Yoweri might give our child trouble in time to come. So she said no. And they had a fight about it. I was about, what, a week or so old, and so they were battling about naming me. My father put down his foot. My mother put down her foot. Eventually, they came to a middle ground of sorts. And so my mother said, okay, what I can accept, what is palatable, is that we name this our son. We give him the English version of the name Yoweri. And so that's how I get to be Joel. And so I grew up knowing I was named after a hero. Yes. But you see, as sanity came over me, and as this hero after whom I was named became a shadow of his former past, I said, now, I must do everything I can to redeem my name. And little wonder, I am now fighting together with the rest of you to unseat this man after whom I was named. So for me, it is personal. I've got to redeem my name. And I hope that we wake up to reality, to realize that our children and our grandchildren might someday ask us, but Papa, Mama, what were you up to when this was bedeviling our country? Somebody once said that Africa has three major challenges, three major problems. The first one is leadership. The second is leadership. The third is leadership. I thought about it, and I eventually agreed with this person. Because I tell you what, as John Maxwell once said, everything rises and falls on leadership. That's a reality. And I think it's the same man who once said that, it was the Ghanaian professor, Professor Steve Adey, who said leadership is cause, everything else is effect. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that everything, good or bad, revolves around leadership, whether you like it or you don't like it. It's a reality. Everything has a connection to leadership. You people are here in a country whose systems work. It took leadership for those systems to be built. Somebody was telling us about George Washington, who said, I'll not do anything more than 2 years. And so a precedent was set. It took leadership. You know, even Museveni, whom we are fighting today, he properly diagnosed our problem in 1986, shortly after he took power. He said the problem of Africa, and Uganda in particular, are leaders who overstay in power. He was right, damn right. And then he became that problem. Because you see, good as he did set out, Mr. Museveni's preoccupation now is survival. And that's why some of us are saying we must do everything within our powers to see this man out. Because you see, he cannot change. He cannot get any better. His preoccupation now is how to keep in power. That means everything else will suffer. Everything will suffer. Most of the money will be channeled to how do I keep myself in power. There will be little that will go to healthcare, education, and all these other areas and sectors. How do I keep myself in power? That's his preoccupation. They will not buy ambulances, but they will buy military tankers to come after us. Because the preoccupation is to retain power. And so, you know, we talk about this thing called struggle, and sometimes you say it in passing, but I hope we can wake up to realizing what it really means and what we are up against. I am going to briefly share the status back home and what it is that we must do. But even more importantly, somebody did ask a lady yesterday, what will our first 100 days look like? Because that's important. What do we do different? Because we must be a credible alternative. And it's important that we think about that. So there are people who have accused us of being preoccupied with the removal of Mr. Museveni. And yes, we must be. Because that's the major problem that we have. Nothing else will work. We can speak all the English we can. I sit in Parliament, and oh boy, we speak some English. We can have all these policy formulations in place and so on, but until we deal with that problem, none of this gets to happen. And so I'm never shy to say, I wake up thinking, planning, how do we remove this man? That's important. Because of some of the issues I'm going to talk about, and what we are going to do different when we take power. Not if we take power, when we take power. It's a matter of time. Number one, power must return to the people. We are people power. It was deliberate how we coined this. People power. Our power, we the people, our power. It was deliberate. Because you see, Mr. Museveni emasculated all of us Ugandans. He took the power away from us. People will go and cast their ballot and decide this is the person who wants to rule us, and he will say no. Why? Because he took that power away from us. That power must return to the people. We were in Kayunga. You know, a couple of by-elections, you know, and along the way I'll talk a bit about 2021. But you see, we would go to by-elections and they would rig and they would abduct our people and so on. But in Kayunga, he said, you know what? I don't want to stress myself, abducting their agents and so on. Let their person win. We shall declare what we want. And look, we have all the DR forms that show that our candidate won, the LC5 chairperson, Harriet Nakwede. But they said, we shall do what we want, do what you want. Because it took the power away from us as a people. That power, that's our major aim. That power must return to the people. That those people get to decide who leads them, how they lead them. And that means, God forbid, if we become a mess when we are in charge, those same people have the power to boot us out. That's the place we must get to. And so we've got to empower the people, that they get to determine. I want to talk a little about corruption. You know, we talk about this thing called corruption, and it has become so normalized. I chair a committee in Parliament called COSASE. You know, when I was a journalist for 14 years, from 2006, with the Moses and others. I saw Bahati somewhere. And so we used to, yes, of course, do stories about corruption and so on. And it's different when you are on the sideline. But now, I stare this thing in the face every single day, and I just cannot believe it. Almost every institution in our country is riddled with corruption. I'll just give you some pointers. We investigated Uganda Airlines. A number of you saw how that probe went. People wanted to finish me because I was unraveling the rot there was. They said, I'm doing my job and I'll keep doing it. We handled Uganda Railways Corporation. And these guys bought locomotives. One, they bought older locomotives than what they should have, because the guys that did the surveying said, let's buy 6-year-old locomotives at 36 billion. These people went and bought 8-year-old locomotives at 48 billion using direct procurement, and the things could not work when they got them back home. And so we dug all these things up, and there are people in government who said, this Senyonyi here, he's anti-Museveni, he just wants to make the government look bad. I said, do your own probe. Here is our report, you know. And eventually they established there was a problem. The MD was fired, the board was fired, but I said, that's not enough. I want those guys locked up. It's not enough for you to fire them and excite me. Lock them up, let them pay. And fire them again, as somebody's saying. We recently inquired into KCCA. So, one of course, there's many things. You know, they've sold off property belonging to the entity and so on. There's land in Chisenyi. You guys know Chisenyi? So, they were planning to buy 10 acres of land in Chisenyi for vendors to put them there. And guess how much they wanted to buy this land? Each acre was to be bought, each acre, at $10 million. Chisenyi. You know Chisenyi? And by the way, most of this land, because I went to the land, I said, I want to understand this land, what is it made of? So they wanted to buy 10 acres at $100 million. So I said, let's go and see this land. I want to know what is underneath it. Is there some gold or I don't know what? We went, and most of it is even wetland and so on. But you see, it's because somebody was trying to crack this as a deal, and so they're agreeing with the vendor of the land. This person has a share off of it. They don't care that this is money that could do many other things. No, it's a deal for them. And so we stepped in their deal. And I keep having trouble back home. You know, my wife, each time I leave the house, she says, you have gone again. May God bring you back safe. Because it is tough. But you know, you think about these things and you think, but surely. We investigated Uganda Land Commission, and what these people did, you know, they go to a village and they acquire title, and they say, now we have title for this square mile or that kind of thing. So all of you, we've given you 1 week to vacate. And so it's a cartel. So then some people within government say, no, don't chase the people off the land. Let's pay you for the title. So that now those people retain their land. But then something just didn't make sense. And so we began to scratch a little more. And they had acquired letters of administration. But the letters of administration were forged. So I saw a signature of a judge. I called the judge. I say, Your Lordship, I have this document. I just want to be sure you're the one who signed this. He said, send it to me. I sent it to him. He He said 2 problems. Number 1, that's not my signature. Number 2, they signed that document after I had long retired from the judiciary. So I said, now I have these thieves. Of course, with the back and forth, we got that title cancelled. But I've been saying, now that title was cancelled. Those guys were paid billions of shillings for that land. I said, now we have successfully showed that this was acquired fraudulently. We want those guys to pay back that money and to get locked up. And that's the back and forth we're having. I can go on and on. Some of you probably followed UNBS recently, where we had evidence that an executive director was bribing board members to retain his job. And so I acquired screenshots. I tend to use my journalistic background. And somehow we trapped him and he said the truth. That's just an example. I'm sharing this because that's a space in which I am. I'm not telling you so that you say I'm doing a very good job. It is not even a drop in the ocean, yeah? In all honesty, I need to be humble to accept that. But that's just to show you the road there is in our country and why you and I must fight. Uganda has got plenty of money. Somebody did mention here, we don't need aid. I read a book, a little book called Dead Aid by Dambisa Moyo. You should read that book. It goes to show how much aid has been pumped into Africa for so many years. And Africa remains poor, despite the aid that is pumped there. As a country, Uganda, we are a heavily indebted, poor country. Forget this nonsense they tell you at our GDP is now, our economy is sui and all of that rubbish. We are a heavily indebted, poor country. You know this. You have relatives back home. But why? Because what we should be able to use to salvage our country, it is stolen. And you see, corruption is the glue that keeps our government intact. And Museveni knows that. That's why he told the IGG, leave my thieves alone. After all, they're investing in Uganda, they're building shopping malls. Imagine that nonsense. Imagine. So whose shopping malls do they belong to? But saying, no, they are investing back in Uganda. Is that a national asset? And so the IGG will not go after them. When I was still in the media, under Nation Media Group, NTV, we did an interview with the then IGG, Justice Mulyagonja. And we said, but you see, you always go after the small fish. Why not the big ones? And she said, and that headline eventually made rounds and got her in trouble. She said, you see, whenever I go after the big fish, I find them hiding behind the president. And so she cannot touch them. So this whole drama you hear, zero tolerance to corruption, there's a time they did a march in town, from Korol to I don't know where to fight corruption. I said, you guys, the only benefit there is in that walk is that you'll cut a bit of weight. There's no benefit beyond that. And so you and I must fight. Corrupt people must be locked up. That's our intention. And by the way, I don't care that you have been part of the struggle with us. Tomorrow we are in charge, you're a thief, we lock you up. Because otherwise then we shall not be different from him. Because the people he fought with in the bush, they are thieves and he retains them. Jim Muhwezi, Otafire, that one stole timber, gold in Congo. It's numerous examples. But because they were his comrades in the struggle, he cannot let them go. We must be different. And so I hope you're not part of this struggle because you're hoping to benefit at some point. Institutions in our country got emasculated a long time ago. We have an institution called Museveni. And that's why institutions just struggle to function. Look at the judiciary. And I have immense respect for judges and so on. I'm a lawyer. But you see, every institution is under capture. You saw what happened to Justice Chisache, who was saying, I have a different opinion. And she's entitled to that. But she's been treated so terribly because of that, her opinion, in as far as our petition is concerned. You see, when I was in the media, I interviewed Kale Kayihura, and I saw a guy who had this bravado, a guy who thought he had it together. He thought he was in charge. Kayihura fell out with the powers that be, and he was locked up. Kayihura, his lawyer, Eddie Karuhanga, he made a plea to the head of the General Court Martial, and he said, my lord, my client has been detained for longer than the requisite 48 hours. He needs to go home and meet his family. I said, this Kayihura here is the one who was advocating for the banning of the 48-hour rule. He was holding people longer than he should have. Now, when he needed that principle of the law to work for him, it was not in place because he had decimated it. That's what you and I have got to fix. Because you see, once institutions are functional, then you know tomorrow you'll be safe. But if you break down those institutions, those key principles, you'll need them tomorrow and they just cannot work for you. You remember Mbabas, the man pushed and pushed through this Public Order Management Act. Who was the first victim? Himself. I don't know if these guys think or maybe they don't about these things. We must fix institutions. Because you see, institutions get to outlive us. But also, the beauty about institutions that are strong and firm, even when you have a hopeless leader, that hopeless leader will not overrun the institutions. And that's what we admire about countries like this one and others. Because you know, even when you have a president in charge who will do all manner of crazy things, the institutions are intact and they will not allow that leader to mess up the country. I don't want to give examples, but I'm sure you're thinking about some. That's what must happen back home. That you have institutions that function. That as a leader, totalitarian as you might be, you cannot find your way around the institutions. We must fix that. We must return power to institutions. That's when a country gets to function. Many times we have a chat with our leader, and it's good he mentions it, and we remind him. He keeps telling us, guys, I don't want to become another Museveni. And I tell him, we are not going to allow you to become another Museveni. And it's good it firstly comes from him. Because otherwise then we shall be washing and then we hang in the dirt. We must not do that. I want to talk a bit about some of our sectors in our country and the challenge there is. Healthcare. In 2016, it was 2011, when campaigning, Mr. Museveni promised an ambulance system. You remember? To date, that has not happened and it will not happen until tomorrow. The ambulances in the country are bought by us political leaders. And you remember during COVID, they said, MPs help us with your ambulances. I said, now, what kind of government is this for sure? 2016, he promised sanitary towels, pads for girls. You remember? Until tomorrow, they will not come. They will not. Because that's not his preoccupation. His preoccupation is, how do I retain power? Sometimes we try and do a few things. The other day, I was taking pads to reusable sanitary towels. I partnered with some friends, and so we're taking them to one of the ghettos that I have in my constituency. Many young people, when they reach that time of the month, these girls drop out of school because she cannot mingle with the others. So she'll be away for a week or so. It is true. Others are not even lucky to eventually go back after that. This is not a sickness, it is nature. But that a girl will drop out of school simply because she cannot have sanitary towel. And so when we took them there, police comes and says, the IGP has not allowed you to give out pads. I said, look at these idiots. Forgive my French. But I got so angry that day. I said, and that's where we are. Mothers give birth on the floor. Munange, this is the reality. I hope you don't think we make these things up. Anyway, you have relatives back home. They probably tell you. On the floor. And somehow we imagine we are securing their future. A few weeks ago, water was cut off Nakuru Hospital. They were going from Lago, Hoima Hospital and others. Why? Because they owed money. And so water was cut off. Can you imagine water being cut off a hospital for 1 week? Just think about it. I interacted with the doctors. They said now we have closed the theater because we shall be giving people more disease than we are trying to deal with. Because how does a hospital function without water? How does a hospital function without electricity? Those should be priorities. They are not. And so we must think about what is of importance. You know, this regime, well, I'm trying to imagine we are in Uganda, yeah? It ridicules Amin, Obote, and so on. But there's some good things when you think about it. Yeah, there's lots of evil they did. I lost relatives, some relatives, to the Amin regime. But see, Amin, all his known 9 children, underline the word known, were born at Mulago Hospital. When Mr. Museveni's daughter was going to give birth, he put her on the presidential jet, flew her to Germany, not on his money, on taxpayer money. The people that did that story then, one of them now, by the way, works with Mr. Museveni, Linda Nausai. She's, I think, deputy PPS or something. And he said he will pay that money back in the coffers until tomorrow. Obote was shot at Lugogo in the mouth. There was an assassination attempt on him. He was taken to Mulago, treated until he got fined. Does that happen today? Why? Because healthcare is not a priority. These guys think, if I can get it elsewhere, why should I bother dealing with the situation back at home? But Obote, I mean, with all their badness, their evil, as portrayed by this regime especially, there's some things they did. Some of the infrastructure we still celebrate in the country was built by these guys. That's the reality. Today, they are excited they are building roads. You see these roads, by the way. One of the other issues we looked into, the cost of a road per kilometer, some of these roads are 15 billion per kilometer. What kind of road is that? And then, 3 months later, that road will have potholes. And this is money, by the way, that was borrowed from China or wherever else. You and I and our children and grandchildren have got to pay that money. And so he's telling you how we built infrastructure, at what cost? 3/4 of the cost of that road is stolen. And we have got to pay it back. And they're screaming infrastructure. And so we have got to fix healthcare. We normally, each time there's a budget, we produce our alternative budget. And we show where we think money should go. We know they'll not act on it, but it's okay to have it on record. And healthcare is one of those that we think are important. Education. UPE, on an annual basis, they avail about 11,000 shillings per child, capitation grant, UPE, 11,000 shillings per child per year. not per term, per year. That's about $3. Tell me something. How is that child supposed to grow up and compete with the rest of the world? You're educating them at $3 per year. How? That's $1 per term. How? And by the way, this is a reality, yeah? Those who do research, I don't want you to take my word for it. How? And they're supposed to compete with the child in the US, in China, in UK. How? When I was still in the media, we did a story, went to this school somewhere in eastern Uganda, and the children were writing on the ground, in the soil, and the teacher would come and mark them in that soil. And they are securing the future. We must change that. It's not enough for us to fight for the rights of the people of Uganda and all of these different things, fix democracy. The foundation of these young people has got to be dealt with. And so education, it's like saying we must put our money where our mouth is. That's part of our priority. You know, people keep asking, so you guys keep talking about all these grand plans. We promised the soldiers and police officers we shall pay you better and so on. Where is that money going to come from? Every year, do you know how much money goes to classified budget? For a period of about 3-4 years, classified was about 3 trillion shillings per year. This is classified. Now, every country has got a classified budget, but it should be justifiable, it should make sense. We are not at war. Where we are at war, like in Congo, there's a separate budget. The Congo War, there's a separate budget for that. In Somalia, it's not even us paying for that. So these trillions in classified, what do they do? Your guess is as good as mine. We have a high wage bill, and these are things we must fix. We have nearly 90 ministers, hundreds of RDCs and their deputies, hundreds of presidential advisors who the president is the one who advises them when they get a chance to meet him. When I was in the media, we did an interview with some of them, and he's one who told us very bluntly, I've spent 4 years without meeting him to advise him, but I earn my monthly salary and allowances. I sit in parliament. We have a huge and unnecessarily huge parliament. I'm not afraid to say that. We are 500 plus. On a day when we all show up, people are sitting on each other's laps. And I don't know. You see, if there was a correlation between a high number of MPs and development, it's okay, we can even have 1 million MPs. But how many MPs do you know? You think about it, you as an individual. How many? Because that goes to show you how much value we are adding as 500 plus MPs. Our government has got to bite the bullet and fix some of these issues. Deliberately. I'm wrapping up. Let me talk a bit about the economy. As a country, we import twice as much as we export. Do you guys know the Ginger Road all the way to the border? Try and recall that road. Let me show you the economics of our country. So when you see that road, the side of the road that is coming into the country, it dipped in. I'm talking about Ginger Road that goes all the way to the border. One side fell in, caved in, the other is still fairly intact. The one that caved in is the one coming into the... You know why? Because these trucks, these lorries come when they are full. So they are heavy on the road. When they are going out, there is very little, if anything, therein. You ask your relatives, those who can take pictures for you about that road. It will show you our economics as a country. We decided that we shall focus more on foreign investors. They come, we give them a red carpet, tax waiver. We are giving them free land. Of late, we are guaranteeing them money. What kind of investor are you? If you're coming, I'm giving you free land, tax waivers, and money. You remember the Lobowa Hospital? And yet we have our local investors that we must focus on so that we empower them. That way you'll be able to produce a lot more. 60% of Ugandan businesses don't live up to their first birthday. Why? Because the government does not care about them. China is a big economic power. Why? Because they realized our small and medium enterprises, those are the ones we must focus on. So they are empowered. Tax waivers. And that's why you go to every country in this world, you find Chinese products. You, how many of your products are in which countries? You Ugandans. We must deal with that. Tourism. Somebody here talked about tourism. A potential foreign exchange earner for our country. When Chiwanda Subi was still a minister of state for tourism, there are tourists that got stuck. They were going to one of the national parks. The roads are terrible. They got stuck for a day and a half. This man, while addressing the nation, he said, you see, as people were condemning that whole thing, yeah? He said, that's part of the tourism experience. I said, Kationu yasomera wa baba yasoma. A tourist has got 3 days they've taken to go and be on holiday. 1.5 days has gone in them trying to access the park. Will they come back? Of course not. You can't milk a cow that you don't feed. That's a potential area that we plan to deal with. Let me end with climate change. Something we are passionate about. The Honorable Nachimwero is our shadow minister for environment. We call her the real Mama Mabira because the other Mama Mabira is a fake one. You remember that one? You see, Mabira Forest, when you're moving between that road, you see plenty of it. When you go on the inside there, it's been depleted. We burn for charcoal and so on. I don't know, these guys travel across the world. They know about things like renewable energy and so on, but they travel, go back home, and it's business as usual. That lake, Lake Victoria, there's a time we heard that some people had plots in the lake. The lake. Mm-hmm. And so somebody says, me, I have my 50 by 100, this part of the water. Another one has another. The other day, Sudhir was encroaching on the lake, reclaiming part of it for tourism and for development. All of these and many others are areas of concern that we must fix, that our government has got to fix. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you. It is possible. There are people who imagine Uganda cannot survive without Museveni. And so they don't get it that young men and women are challenging Mr. Museveni. They don't imagine a Uganda without Museveni. But you see, look at, I've enumerated to you part of the problems caused by this regime and how we must fix them. And so we must fight tooth and nail to unseat this regime. Because all these areas I have talked about, and there are very few, it's just that I've run out of time. I would have talked about many others. They are not going to get better for as long as Museveni is still in power. And now there's also this son of his who imagines Uganda is a kingdom, and so he's swinging his belly around the country saying, I am coming as a new president. It will not change because the preoccupation is how do we keep ourselves in power? All these areas will suffer. There will be no focus on them. Let's fight as hard as we possibly can. And by the way, there's no effort that is too small. Some of you might think that when I put up a post on Facebook, I am in this country and so on, it makes no impact. It does create an impact. You remember the Free Bobi Wine protests and so on? That's the power that you have wherever it is that you are. Banne bwe luba lubimbi, buli omu akwata enkumbi, afune wakabala. I tell people back home, I don't even like it that many times they're excited praising us and so on. We tell them, no, you join us. The first protest I participated in was the OTT protest. We held hands, Kyagulanyi and several others, and so as we were moving, there were these fellows coming to take selfies with us. There's one I even kicked. I said, look, you're just coming to take a selfie and then they get out of the way. And I'm like, you join us. He said, so Kyagulanyi is not going to do it alone. No. It is your responsibility as much as it is his. And so sometimes I get baffled when people say, kakati, mutukoledde wochi, and so on. When you invite them and say, okay, now let's go and protest, they will not show up. And then they are blaming Kyagulanyi. When the Segirinyas and others, all these political prisoners, we held another protest with the members of parliament. And people were on their arcades and saying, and somehow we imagine that man is going to be our savior. No, he has got a part to play. Each of us here and outside of this room has got a part to play. So this business of, you are leaders, you have not done enough, and yes, it's possible. There's areas we have got to fix. But which revolution has happened because of just a leader? No, it takes all of us, everybody, wherever it is that you are. Let's play our part, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only guarantee that we have. That is the only way we shall unseat Museveni. The only reason he fears Kyagulanyi is because, I'm even bigger than this man in terms of size. I think I'm even heavier than him. Small as he is, the reason Museveni fears him is because of the people of Uganda who are saying we want change. And so those people of Uganda have got to wake up and realize that each of them has got a part to play. I thank you for listening to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite the elected but not declared President of the people of Uganda, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert. You're welcome to speak to us, sir.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
People power, our power. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. We shall wear the victor's crown. We shall wear the victor's crown. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown in a new Uganda. Olutalo, olutalo nga luwedde, tuliyambale ngule, tuliyambale ngule, olutalo nga luwedde, tuliyambale, tulivimba mu Uganda empya. All right. Kino kye kiseera kye tulina okulwana mu biseera eby'omaaso tufune. I say kino kye kiseera mu biseera eby'omaaso tufune emire. People power, our power. People power, our power. NUP. Everywhere. America. Boston. California. Minnesota. Everywhere. Everyone. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you very much, Comrade Yoweri. I like to call you in the African way, Yoweri. I sympathize with you, but you're not alone, my brother. I was also named after Robert Mugabe. So now you can imagine what kind of duty our generation has to undo the messes and the mistakes of our forefathers when they had hope in people. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades gathered here today and those watching us from far, dear friends of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you and I welcome you to this convention. I want in a special way to thank the US chapter under the able leadership of Dr. Kauma and the entire organizing committee for putting this event together. I also want to thank those that have generously to push a narrative that we are being sponsored by foreigners, we are being sponsored by whites, we are being sponsored by Bazungu. I want to say it again today for clarity, that this convention and indeed all our activities in the diaspora and many times at home are funded by our comrades, our brothers and sisters, fellow Ugandans in the diaspora. No wonder Museveni fears you very, very much. Now friends, every time I see Ugandans in the diaspora coming together, for whatever reason, I am greatly encouraged. I'm encouraged because I know that for many years, we are coming together under the auspices of the UNA fraternity. The UNA initiative used to be a very productive and uniting platform for Ugandans until it was captured by the Museveni regime. Today, the regime in Uganda funds UNA to the tune of $100,000 US. And as a result, yes, every year, and as a result, UNA was compromised into becoming a regime agent and was diverted from its noble mission and objective. How unfortunate. The first time I saw the diaspora coming out massively was when I was arrested and detained by the military in Arua in 2018. When I came out of detention, I saw pictures and videos of Ugandans on the streets of Chicago and Boston, on the streets of DC and Minnesota, in Toronto and New York, in Accra and Nairobi, all over Europe and many other parts of the world. They were all united with one calling and one demand: free Bobi Wine. And indeed, I was freed. Friends in the diaspora, here with us today and those watching us, I want you to know that I owe my life to you. I'm alive today and able to fight on still because you put your feet down and you saved my life. But most importantly, the lesson that I got from all this was that the same passion and the same energy that was used to free me can actually be used to free our entire country. And that is why we don't stop counting on you. We don't stop looking at you as a great resource in this, our struggle against the Museveni regime of blood. I want to thank all of you in the diaspora community for realizing this just as well as I did. And indeed, for the last 4 to 5 years, you have done wonderful, wonderful work for the struggle both here and back at home. You have protested, you've knocked on doors, you've exposed Museveni's atrocities to the world. You have most importantly remained solid even in the face of intimidation. They intimidate you so much, threatening you that they will arrest you when you come back home. But you have remained solid. We salute you for that, ladies and gentlemen. This, I must remind you, that is one of the things that keep us going. The courage we get from you. While you say we inspire you, I want you to know, guys, you inspire us a great, great deal. Now, the progress that we have made so far is clear indication that if we continue doing what we're doing, in fact, if we double or even triple our efforts, be sure this guy is going down and going down sooner than we even thought. So, for avoidance of any doubt, ladies and gentlemen, the main purpose of this, our convention in particular, and indeed the purpose of our struggle, is to weaken, isolate, and finally destroy the Museveni dictatorship. That is our mission, no other mission. But I must also remind you that removing the dictator is not an end in itself. No, that will only be the beginning of our work. Our duty is remove the dictator, and after that we must go ahead and build a country that all of us will be proud to return back to, a Uganda that we can call home. We want to build a country with servant leaders, not boss leaders. A country where leaders are servants of the people and the people are the masters of the will. A country where power is in the hands of the people, not in the hands of those that have guns. It is possible. It has been done in many other parts of Africa. It can be done in Uganda, and it will be done in Uganda. We intend to have a country that provides equal opportunities to all citizens, regardless of their tribe, of their religion. We want a country where all of us are going to be equal before and under the law. We want a country, ladies and gentlemen, which will have a reliable and quality healthcare and education system. It is possible. We want a country, ladies and gentlemen, that will provide employment opportunities for our population so that thousands upon thousands of our young people don't have to travel to the Middle East and suffer humiliation and dehumanization. We can create employment opportunities, and we will. We want a country where creativity and innovation pays, where creatives like myself have a future. We want a country that makes sense. We want a country that lives in real time. We want a country that belongs to the 21st century, not the previous century where Museveni has made us stuck. Ladies and gentlemen, we want a new Uganda, because right now, even if Uganda is a member of the international community, Museveni has used that relationship not to improve the lives of the people of Uganda, no, but to entrench himself in power. He is turning Uganda into North Korea day by day. He has turned Uganda's leadership into family rule. So we are here to ask the United States government to start building a relationship with the people of Uganda, not with the family of Museveni. We are asking that because that is what America has done for so many years. America has to stop it. Now, this explains the theme of our conference today. And indeed, this is going to be our continuous call to the United States government. We want them to change their policy and attitude towards the illegitimate and criminal regime in Uganda. So ladies and gentlemen, while you clap your hands, while we interact, while we have our drinks later, and while we cruise on the boats, it is important that we keep reminding ourselves and each other about our mission, about why we come together. We're not here for fun. Of course, we want to have fun along the way. We're not going to be mourning because we're in the struggle. No, we're going to be celebrating along the way. But we must always remember why we came together. We must always remember why we are in the struggle. Let us think about the state of affairs back home. Let us think about our brothers and sisters that continue to be under illegal detention simply because of their political choice, which is not a crime. Let us keep them on our mind. Let us think about those who were abducted on gunpoint and they are still missing. The likes of Chibanama John Bosco, Damulira John, Kanata Muhammad, Moses Kawenja, Nalomoso Vincent, Hassani Mobiru, and many, many others. We don't know where they are. We don't know even whether they are still alive or dead. But we know who took them away. And we know that one day he will answer for that. Let us remember those who were murdered in cold blood. Comrades like Rita Nabukenya, comrades like Frank Senteza, Kauma Yasin, Vincent Serungaya, Musa Waliendo, Hakim Sekamia, and many, many, many others. These ones paid the ultimate price while they were fighting for a better country. I want us to remember the hundreds who were massacred on the 19th and 18th of November 2020. We must always carry their mission forward. They paid the price, and we can only honor them and pay them back by carrying the mission forward and accomplishing it. I also want to remember the leaders and comrades who have left us in the recent past. This year alone, we have lost Councillor Anthony Wameri, who was the head of our legal team, and you all remember he's the one who was standing in the courts of law, including military courts, defending the political prisoners, our comrades that were put in prison. It's unfortunate that we lost him this year. We lost the head of our Eldoret wing, Muzei Biarugaba William, popularly known as Jajanup. We lost Comrade Tolit Simon Akecha, who was the head of our policy team. And we also lost our comrade called Alex Aringa, who was in our UK chapter. I want to request all of us to stand and observe a moment of silence for these, our comrades. May their souls rest in eternal peace, and may their sacrifice never go in vain, and may their mission be accomplished through us. Thank you very much. Friends, you in America, I want in a special way to thank you for receiving, accommodating, and taking care of our comrades, the Honorable Wameri and Jajanup when they were here for treatment, and also for helping in the repatriation of their bodies back home when they passed away. Thank you very much. God bless you. Now, I want us to be reminded that all is not well home, not only in Uganda, but on the entire continent of Africa. It is not well, friends. Because as we speak now, democracy in Africa is under serious attack. In the last few months alone, we have seen more than 6 coups in Western Africa and in the Sahel region. Coups in countries like Mali, in Chad, in Guinea, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and even in our neighbor, Sudan. I mean, it's like we've gone back to the 70s and 80s. It is sad, isn't it? There has never been a time in Africa when dictators, military dictators and despots, there's never been a time when they are so emboldened, a time when they are so united to do wrong. This time is a turning point, and we must think very, very hard. We have even seen known intellectuals confidently and eloquently, explaining that, that democracy is not an African thing. The intellectuals that we respected while growing up, we've seen them support autocracy. We have seen tyrants and their propagandists pulling out the Pan-African card to justify grabbing power from the people and resting it in the hands of gunmen. You have seen that. We have seen them parade themselves before international authoritarians to get guns so they can subjugate their people. You have seen them. We have seen young despots taking lessons from aging tyrants like Paul Biya of Cameroon and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda. You have seen them. We have also seen the hypocrisy and the double standards of African leaders and bloc organizations like the African Union and ECOWAS, who have condoned military coups in one country while condemning the same in another country. We have seen them. We have seen them do that, of course, on the strings of their neo-colonial masters, according to the interests that their masters have. We have even seen the East African community and the African Union turning a blind eye on long-serving dictators while they carry out institutional coups and rigging elections with impunity and massacring their own people, only to be congratulated by these so-called African leaders that are now condemning coups. Shame on them. So I want to call out on this platform the hypocrisy of General Museveni, who receives, among others, close to $1 billion from the United States government every year. But again, when he's called out about democracy and human rights, he turns to Russia and China, because for them, they don't have democracy conditions and human rights conditions. Shame on you, Museveni. But at the same time, while we call out Museveni, we cannot forget to call out the United States government and other Western governments which have continued to sponsor Museveni's terrorist regime in Uganda. I say it without fear of contradiction that America gives Museveni to the tune of $1 billion. This is the money that is using to terrorize people. Since I'm in America, I will not say shame, but I know the worlds are saying that. Yes, because even by their own admission, he was not legitimately elected. Even by their own admission, then the question is, why are they sponsoring him? Why are they dealing with him as if they are dealing with a legitimate president? Don't they see me? Thank you. So I want to carry the voices of 45 million Ugandans and other Africans to the American government. And I want to tell the American government that we, the African people, we are asking America to support the African people and not, to support the people of Africa and not the gunmen of Africa. We are members of the international community. And we are united by values of democracy, respect for the rule of law and human rights. America is the biggest democracy in the world. What does that make America look like when the president of the US is posing shoulder to shoulder with Africa's nastiest tyrant, Yoweri Museveni? What does that mean? I hope that message has reached. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm very glad to inform you that the bubble which General Museveni had built in the international community over the years at the cost of Uganda's taxpayers' money has been busted. Yes, it has been busted, and it has been busted with your help. He has for so long painted a democratic image of Uganda while massacring our people, but not anymore when you are here. Not anymore with the voices that you're raising. That bubble has been busted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, because you have done it. I'm also glad to inform you, and especially in front of our lawyer, Bruce Afran, that we have taken General Museveni, his brutal son, and their enablers to the International Criminal Court. And indeed, we hope, yes, it is our hope and prayer that the ICC will do what is necessary, fulfill its obligation, and cause them to answer for the pain that they've caused to Uganda and Ugandans, and even areas around Uganda, the Great Lakes region, for the last 37 years. We hope the ICC does the right thing. But again, even with all these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, and achievements, we must be reminded that the buck stops on us. We, the people of Uganda, it is our country, and therefore we must do the donkey work. The Baganda say, na nyini mufu yakwata awaonya. The loved one of the dead person is the one that mourns most and carries the most undesirable duties while burying that loved one. It is our country. Nobody else is going to, do it for us. No one is coming to save us. Somebody has said it, and I want to reiterate it. Nobody is going to come and save us from Museveni. No. And we are not asking them to come and save us. We are only asking them to stop aiding and sponsoring our sponsorship. Yes, they should stop sponsoring terrorism in Uganda, state terrorism. When they stop that, the rest, babikwaseba na Uganda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must take charge. We must take the charge in our own hands. We must, handle our own destiny. We must each do not only what we can, but we must do all that we can. Let us work together. Let each one of us push and pull from their end. Some of you are already doing great work in amplifying the voices of Ugandans. We were doing great work demonstrating and protesting in America here and all places where you can protest all over the world. As a person who interacts with people from the Washington administration, I can assure you that they hear your voices. Don't stop. Please don't stop. They can hear you. Mongerem. Yes. For those that are constantly knocking on the doors, those that are lobbying for change in policy regarding Uganda, and those that are calling for sanctions, please don't stop. You have seen that some of Museveni's lieutenants are being sanctioned, but yes, they're being sanctioned, the likes of Kaihura and others, the Abe Kandihos, they're being sanctioned and their properties are being confiscated. But our target is the devil and the son of the devil. That is where our main target is. These others, they are mvandirwa, they are additives. For those of you that are silently funding us, we appreciate, and please underline the word silently. For those of you who always silently call us with encouragement, words of encouragement, and words of guidance, we appreciate. For those of you who receive our brothers and sisters that run away from Uganda for safety, and you host them, you are heroes. God willing, it is only at the time of our victory that we shall be able to mention your individual names, because right now it is unsafe. But be sure that each contribution, no matter how small that you're doing, is playing a big part. Thank you very much. Please don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going, because we know, and you should also know, that it is those contributions that are adding up together, and you are going to be the reason for the fall of the dictator called Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Finally, I know that you've been seeing the controversies in Uganda's opposition. Many of the senior opposition leaders that we used to look up to, that we used to admire, have been reportedly having silent deals with the regime. You have seen them. You saw how Norbert Mao sold DP to Museveni, and now you see what's going on in FDC. You remember that in 2016, Museveni bragged and he said by 2021 there will not be any opposition in Uganda. Now I realize that probably by then he had already closed a deal with the opposition that he knew. He did not know that God is going to bring these bad boys from the ghetto. So by the grace of God, an uncompromising generation was risen, and here we are. Museveni tatubanja, tatumanyi na fete tumumanyi, taina chatugamba. So today, I have bad news for General Museveni. Mzee, if you thought you bought the opposition, you were conned. Bakuguza mpeo. Eragenda bakudize sente. But also, we know that there are comrades who are in opposition during the day, and at night they are hobnobbing with the regime. Yes, but comrades, I've always told you to put your trust not in any individual, not even in any particular political party, but in the truth. Put your trust in the truth, and the truth will set you and your nation free. There are even some that are within us who are doing everything possible to slow us down and to divert us. Yes, there are many who come up pretending to fight against Museveni, but when in real sense their target is not Museveni, but to fight those that are fighting against Museveni. But it's always a matter of time before they are exposed. It's always a matter of time before they are naked and you see what they really are. I mean, some of them are actually even in the diaspora. Yes. Some of us are in the diaspora, and among you, they are heavily funded to undermine our efforts to weaken the dictator. They pretend to fight against Museveni, but they hate those who fight against Museveni more than they hate Museveni. Some of them actually even pretend to love Bobby Wine, but they want to fight and destroy everybody that I work with. We know that their target is not those around me. We know their target is me, but they need to weaken my support system before they finally come for me. Watch them. Look them in the eye and tell them, we see you, we know you, and we will not be fooled. You will see them by their actions. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call for unity. It is only foolish prisoners that are going to fight in a prison cell. It is only foolish slaves that are going to fight amongst each other on a plantation. I want to call for unity among tribes, among religions, among communities. We are all prisoners. and we need to break free. Museveni has ruled us for 37 years by dividing us, by pitting us against each other. We need to be able to see through this, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be able to think above this. So after this conference, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to have a renewed commitment to agitation and to action and to working together and to putting differences aside and to looking at a Uganda that will make all of us proud. I will be returning to Uganda very soon, and I will be immediately setting off to continue working on the ground as we also push from this side. We shall be moving all over the country, even if the regime thinks us moving freely in our country is a crime. But we shall anyway move around the country. We shall be going to Rwenzori and Toro. We shall be going to Chigezi. We shall be going from Buganda to Ankole, from Lango to Acholi, from West Nile to Karamoja, from Bugisu to Teso, from Busoga to Bukedi, all over the country. Tuja, 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 mutulinde. We shall be recharging and re-energizing our people. We shall be reminding them that it's not over until it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once again for sparing your time and coming to join us. Let freedom reign. Let liberty live. Let us see Museveni fall and fall soon. Let us enjoy a new Uganda in our lifetime. Let us also be proud. Let us also one day have this convention in Uganda and celebrate. I want to remind you one day, and I will say, I told you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. God bless Uganda. God bless Africa. People power! Our power! People power! Our power! NUP! Everywhere! Ra! Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. If you can all be seated, please. So we have a few announcements to make before we leave this room. But before I make those announcements, I wanted to ask the young people, the youth who had a session today to come in front. All our young people. So two things are going to happen. One, we're going to hear from our youth what they discuss and if they have any questions for the president. Two, we're going to take a few questions from the audience, just a few questions from the audience. And three, I want to tell you about the upcoming events. One, we have a boat cruise. I know you have been sitting in meetings all day. We want you to relax, kick back, network, enjoy the rest of the day. If you don't have a ticket, please go to the registration desk. They have tickets. They have a few tickets remaining. The buses will leave the hotel at 5 p.m. So if you don't have your ticket yet, you want to join us on the cruise tonight, please go to the registration desk. They'll help you get one of those tickets. Another point I want to make is tomorrow we have a 2K run in the morning. And the purpose of this run is to raise funds to support families of torture and human rights violations in Uganda. It's a run we are doing for a good cause. We have some shirts we are selling, the kits that you can use to wear tomorrow during the run. Go to the registration desk and get one of those kits. If you can't wake up early enough to go to the run, still get a t-shirt. It's $50. support the cause. Let's support the families and the victims of torture in Uganda. But when you're partying tonight, please save some energy for a run tomorrow morning. I'll bring my first aid kit just in case. But I'm sure all of you will make it to the finishing line. After the run, we have our annual general meeting. It will be at 1 p.m. Annual general meeting is when you ask the hard questions for our leaders. That's the platform for only NUP registered members. It will be at 1 p.m. Come with your membership card and ask your leaders the tough questions about the future of our party, about the future of the struggle, and even the diaspora leader. You can hold Kauma accountable. You say, Kauma, you haven't done this, you should have done this. The stage is an annual general meeting to hold the leadership accountable and to offer ideas on how we can move the diaspora and the struggle forward. And then after that, we'll have the closing ceremony tomorrow, starting at 4:30 p.m. We're going to start very early because we have a lot to go through. With that said, I want to invite the folks who led the leaders tonight, our young people, Mr. Paul and Nasa Senyange, to give us a brief of what they discussed and maybe take some questions from these young people. Thank you very much, everyone.
People power.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
Thank you everybody for coming to DC and attending this convention here. It is very monumental, believe me in that. Today at the youth session, we discussed the importance of social media in the struggle. We discussed the importance of learning about your roots, and we discussed the importance of teaching our kids about Uganda and its current struggles. I'm going to say this to the bazadde in Uganda. Banaye abazadde, abaana bammwe mubaleete mu zi convention zino. Balina okuyiga kiki ekigenda maaso Uganda. Balina okuyiga ebibi Museveni byakoze. Balina okuyiga kiki kye tuli mu kuyitamu okununula ensi yaffe. Abaana mubayigirize Oluganda, mubayigirize culture yaabwe. Kubanga bwe babeera nga tebamanyi kiki, bwe babeera nga tebamanyi nsi yaabwe, tebagenda gyagala. So, mubayigirize who they truly are. Got it. With that, tugenda tandika ne first question. Here's your question, okay? Are you ready? She has this question here. Okay?
How can we help to defend Uganda?
Yes. President. President, all of them? We were going to go by one by here. Okay. Okay. All right. Wait.
Can you repeat the question?
She asked.
How can we help to defend Uganda?
Yes. Wait. Yes. Yours is this one.
All right. What does NUP have in mind to keep the youth engaged in the struggle?
What does NUP have in mind to keep the youth engaged in the struggle? Yes. Ask this one. Which one? This one. Wait, can I ask? How can we ensure? No. Ask this one. Come on.
How can we ensure the people are knowledge about the world around them after they finish school?
Say your name. Say your name.
Sadra, by the way.
Okay. So.
People power. Our power. My name is Mapendo Claude, and my question is, what strategies can we implement to show the youth and the older generation who still supports Museveni that Museveni is detrimental for Uganda's progress?
All right. Some of the other questions we had are, how can we keep the youth knowledgeable about the issues in Uganda, especially those in the diaspora? The other question we had was, once Bobi Wine becomes president, what is his plan to improve Uganda? And the last one, this one was quite sad. Did the killings end in Uganda? Yes, I knew the answer, but the kids asked. Anyway, those were our questions. Thank you. And thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Very important questions. My beautiful daughter asked how she can help to defend Uganda. Mama, first of all, keep being as beautiful as you are. You'll be defending Uganda. Because your beauty alone is a representation of Uganda. When people here in America look at your beautiful face, tell them I am Ugandan. They will even think I'm also as beautiful as you are. So you're a good representation of Uganda. But also, learn about Uganda. Whenever you find a flag of Uganda, hold it with pride. Have pride in Uganda. When elders see that a young girl like you has pride in her country, they will get proud too. And because they're elders, they'll do more. So your duty is to inspire elders by loving your country, and they will also love it and do what elders do to defend it. Thank you, beautiful. What strategy do we have to redeem the youth that have already been woodwinked by Museveni? I don't know if that was the question, if I got you well. Yeah, there's so many young people that are woodwinked. Some is because of ignorance, others because of poverty. What is our strategy? First and foremost is to open their eyes. Even me, when I was still a youth, I was mentally sterile, for lack of a better word. I did not do what I had to do. It was until I was 35 that I got actively involved. So for the young people, let's open their eyes. Let us speak to them. Let us not get tired. Speak to them nicely. Convince them. Do not dismiss them. Do not distance yourself from them. Malcolm X told us that do not hate or dismiss somebody because they don't think the way you think. There was a time when you didn't know what you know now. So embrace them. Let us recruit them into thinking, into loving their country. When they love their country enough, when they know, when they have their eyes open, you will not need to tell them what to do. They will know what to do, and they will do so much, including laying down their lives for their country. And finally, somebody asked a question that is always asked by people 45 and 50 and going upwards. What does Bobby Wine plan to do to change Uganda? Briefly, I talked about it. I said that removing the dictator is not the end in itself. It's not the end of the mission. As a matter of fact, when we remove the dictator, our real duty will have started to transform our country. We have a very rich country. We have enormous natural wealth. We want to channel that natural wealth to benefit our people. We want to transform the healthcare system, and it's not rocket science. This has been studied as, African countries, others have transformed their healthcare system. For example, Rwanda has an amazing healthcare system. All this came from the Maputo Declaration, where they said at least these countries should put 17% of their budget in healthcare. Unfortunately, we don't do that in Uganda. We want to put enough money in the healthcare system so that women don't die while giving birth, so that we don't have to come or send our people to America or other countries for treatment. We want to change the education system. Today, we teach people, we educate job seekers, not job creators. We want to teach African children the same way Japanese and Chinese teach their children. Practical skilling. And in our education system, we have as soon as I'm president, I'm going to make sure I influence to implement the AAA system, and that is academics, arts, and athletics, to ensure that we don't only train lawyers and doctors and all that. No, we want to have professional athletes and professional artists like myself. We want to change the governance system and have servant leaders, not boss leaders. We want to be like America, where you vote in a president and vote him out. We want to empower the institution like Honorable Senyon you talked about, so that the parliament is independent, the judiciary is independent, and the legislature is independent. I mean, the executive is independent, and many others. But most importantly, when I am president, Uganda is going to be the coolest country in the world, because it's going to have the coolest president. You know, when I'm president, wherever you'll be in the world, they'll switch on TV and say, look, look, you see that walk? That's the Ugandan president. That's the new Uganda that you're going to be having. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, for the kids. Yeah, the kids, please go and you take a picture. And as he takes the picture, the president has accepted that we will take 4 questions from the audience on those very insightful and challenging particular subjects that you believe he should re-echo his voice and give clarity to those particular points. So, by show of hands, number 1, ma'am, come. 2, this side I'm done. No, I said 4 questions. Sebo, young. No, this side I'm done. Mr. Mtiawa. I have choice to jump because I have few options. Come also. So we have 4 questions. I will begin with you.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
People power, our power. First and foremost, let me thank His Excellency for this powerful speech. My name, I'm Jamil Kwaje. I'm from Boston. Your Excellency, during your speech, you've spoken about and urged the United States to stop funding our terror in Uganda and the operation that is happening right now. You've also spoken about the sanctions in Uganda from these well-off countries. But recently, the World Bank cancelled all loans to Uganda over the anti-LGBT law, and we saw you angry with the World Bank. And yet you have always in the past called for sanctions. What exactly, Your Excellency, did you mean with this? Thank you.
I did not know that it would be such a difficult question, but it is very good we have a sharp president.
start impeachment proceedings against the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Anita Among. Because to me, the stealing of iron sheets, it is abuse of power, it is obstruction of justice, it is contempt of Parliament. If the leader of opposition cannot start impeachment proceedings against the Speaker of Parliament, when will he do that? Because this is a serious case. Mpuga failed to do that. The last question, His Excellence, is about human rights. Because this is very important. Human rights, they're like the mother of all rights, okay? So, His Excellence recently talked about the hypocrisy of institutions like the World Bank and the West. Guys, can I reform my question, please? Bear with me, guys. All right, I know. Okay. His Excellence.
Let me help you. People power. People power. Our power.
People power. Ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Taylor. People power. Our power. You know, somebody once said, I will defend even to the death your right to say something that I don't agree with. Let's allow him a minute to ask his question, yeah? So, allow him to ask his question.
Guys, freedom of speech does not protect speech you like. It protects speech you don't like. So, His Excellence, I'm happy to ask you these uncomfortable questions. It will go back to the anti-homosexuality law in our country, Uganda. But it's going to be different.
Thank you. People power. Our power. In the interest of time, the question has been asked. My brother, let them answer the other first question very politely. No. We shall handle that differently. So, use a second.
Okay. Okay. People power. Our power. His Excellence, I'm imploring us to preach equality. The anti-homosexuality law in Uganda, because I'm seeing MPs here. I see, yes. So I'm wondering, this goes to our MPs. Senyonyi is here, and other MPs are here. These MPs, they claim that they are fighting for liberty. But they voted for this draconian anti-homosexuality law. So, His Excellence, can you call out these MPs who voted for this bill, which is now a law that is discriminating our people? I'm speaking of this because I have friends who are gay, and they have suffered because of the law. But, okay, okay, let me respect everyone's time, and I say thank you so much. I'll ask it on Twitter.
People power. Our power. NUP. Everywhere. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Hello? We have the President and ministers. These questions, excuse me. There is nothing that is difficult in life. So, the questions will all be answered. And there was no limitation on the questions that were to be asked. So, I am very certain that those questions are going to be ably answered. I want to invite the President. My name is Alex Waiswa, your Deputy Spokesperson. Nubian Lee Ali Bukeni, please stand up also. He has been around and quiet. That is Nubian Lee. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I thought you guys are my friends. Why do you ask me hard questions now? Thank you. I like it when you ask the hard questions. That's what leaders are for. And, you know, maybe the Honorable Senyenyi was trying to say, and I agree with him, that somebody said that I disagree with what you're saying, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. So, it was meant to be 4 questions, but they ended up being 30, over 40. About the lobbyists, what can we do? First and foremost, because our case is clear, let us first put it before the world. Let us first put it before the world, because when you're innocent, yes, you can be convicted when you're innocent, but not very easily. It's only somebody that is not very sure that very desperately need a lawyer. Our case has been going on, and the world picks our thoughts because we are on the side of the truth. However, it's important to have lobbyists. Why do I say so? General Museveni, for so many years, he is spending billions of taxpayers' money paying lobbyists. We didn't have any money. You know of a lobbyist organization here called Mercury that had been doing lobbying for General Museveni. Because we didn't have the money to hire them, we just needed to know who they are. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You protested, and I have news for you. Mercury dropped Museveni. They are no longer lobbying for him because we made it clear to them and to the world that they are lobbying for the killing, they are lobbying for the blood of innocent children, women, and men in Uganda. That shows us that stamping the truth down is the most important lobbying. However, we indeed need lobbyists. We need people to speak better English than us. We need more positioned people than us. That I will request. Some of the things we're not going to discuss here, because while we plan, the terrorist regime is also counter-planning. So I may not detail it here, but kindly reach out to our leader, Dr. Kauma, especially those of you that wish to be helpful in that line. Jamil, I'll answer your question last. About change of the constitution. Yes, General Museveni, we gave him a bloody nose in the 2021 election. That's why I think it's the most problematic election that he ever got. Unfortunately for him, he realized that he's way in there in his 80s, and I just got into my 40s, so I'm still warming up to take him anytime, any day. And he's scared of going back to the people. And yes, it's true. It was hinted, and these things begin as jokes. And then before you know, it is serious. That's what happened when they're changing the constitution, removing the age limit. He said, that's idle talk. And we ended up realizing where the idle talk comes from Museveni himself. So yes, Museveni desires to change the constitution so that it's only the MPs who can elect president. One MPs are very easy to compromise and bribe back in Uganda. And also, Museveni intends to impose his drunk son on the people of Uganda. And he knows nobody will vote his son. So, I mean, apart from, instead of having to face 45 million Ugandans, he would rather face 500 MPs, 300 of which are already in his pocket. So he wants to change the constitution, yes. How do we stop that? I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? You want the bad news first? The bad news is you cannot stop him from changing the constitution because he has the Parliament of Uganda in his pocket. So you want the good news now? The good news is that we have a better option, removing the man himself. And that is what we are dealing with now. Chetuliko, that's what we are doing. Taylor asked about the LOP issue. This problematic brother of mine, is interesting. I like people that challenge me because I don't like yes men. No. I like people that challenge me because that's when we're going to have a fair balance. I understand that, yes, there's some areas of dissatisfaction with the leader of opposition, but it's also true that he has done some good work in Parliament. And so, each one of us here have our undertones. And dealing with the dictatorship, if they don't compromise you, they will make it appear like they've compromised you. And the late president of Uganda, Dr. Milton Obote, said, it is not what is true that matters, but what appears to be true. So, I am the one that appointed the leader of opposition. So while he takes the blame, I want to share the blame as well. And I'll say, Bikwase Kyagulanyi. But I will not forget to be thankful for the good work that the Right Honorable Mathias Mpuuga has done for our party, has done for Uganda. I always want to thank people first and then blame them later. In fact, I want to thank them publicly and then blame them privately. Because as we speak now, Honorable Mpuuga is a representation of our strength and our weakness, of our good and our bad. So that, like I said, Bikwase Jamil. Yes, Jamil asked me about the LGBT issue. The World Bank suspended loans to Uganda recently. I was leading the charge demanding the international community to revise this relationship with Uganda, to slap sanctions to Uganda, and telling them that when Robert Mugabe did to the Zimbabweans what Museveni has done to Ugandans was sanctioned. When Gaddafi, your fellow Taylor from Liberia, Saddam, when they did what Museveni did, or even less, they were sanctioned. How come then that Museveni is not being sanctioned when he's having gross human rights violations in Uganda? We have cried for this for the longest time, even before I got into practical politics, but nothing has been changed. When they passed the anti-gay law in Uganda, boom, sanctions. It made me question, while we are happy that sanctions are being slapped on General Museveni, but we still question the selective observation of human rights in Africa. And why am I saying this? In 2009, Museveni massacred people on the Kayunga protest when he blocked Kabaka from accessing his territory in Kayunga. Museveni massacred people. We didn't see one sanction. In 2014, Museveni passed the anti-gay bill, part 1. That was 2014. And then sanctions were slapped to Uganda, to the extent that Museveni, using his boys, Fox Odoi and Andrew Mwenda, repealed that law through court. For me and many Ugandans, we know that Museveni is using the anti-gay bill as a way, every time he sees he has lost popularity among our people who are largely religious, then he will pull out that to endear himself to the population. But not in good faith. He doesn't bring that in good faith, because if he was bringing it in good faith, we have so many problems that need to be legislated on in Uganda, and he ignores them. But he gave that importance. So he passed it in 2014, but it was repealed later and on his directive. In 2016, 2 years later, Museveni, using Ereru, massacred hundreds of people in Kasese. Women stripped naked, tied with hands. Children stripped naked, tied with hands, and men shot them point blank in their hundreds on the head. We called for sanctions, zero. Among those people that were killed in Kasese, we don't know whether some were gay or not, but they were human beings. Their rights were abused. Nothing happened. In 2020, in 2 days, November 19th and November 18th, more than 150 people were killed on camera. It was shown on BBC, on CNN. Many media houses reported on it. We called for sanctions because that was gross violation of human rights. We want to believe that the right to life is a fundamental human right. In fact, it is the first right. Nothing happened. We called for sanctions apart from a few statements that were brought out. Nothing happened. You know? In 2021, January 14th, Museveni blatantly rigged the election. He blocked United States election observers. He blocked European election observers. He rigged the election. Even the United States Foreign Department issued a statement dismissing those elections, that they were not free and fair. The EU did the same. Guess what? Those were only statements, but only a few months later, billions were pouring in to help Museveni continue doing the same. And we said, what values bring us together with the international community? Now in 2023, Museveni brought the anti-gay bill, part 2. And like I said, he uses it for politics. He uses it when he has nothing anymore to say. Because he has nothing to discredit me, he will either say I am a tribalist because he thinks it's a curse to be a Muganda. I don't agree. You know? If he does not use tribalism, he's going to say we are agents of the whites, of colonialists. If he does not say that, he's going to say we are agents of homosexuals, etc., etc. So he brought that bill, targeting, among others, the opposition. Because it's one of the things he wants to use. I mean, when you come to America, it's very easy to say, oh, you're from America, where there are homosexuals. Now you have been dealing with them. And in that law, you can be imprisoned. And you can be imprisoned, and he will stop you from challenging him. So he brought it. And then, boom, the world explodes. Boom, they get serious. I said it one time, Taylor, don't stop filming. Continue filming me because I want the world to hear my words. So, I wondered, I said, wait a minute. Does the international community mean that in Africa only gay rights are human rights? You know, as a matter of fact, if there's selective observation of human rights, the African people will even start to question. They say, what are you pushing? What agenda are you driving? So you mean in Africa, to be considered as a person in human rights, you have to be gay? The people that were massacred in the November massacre, we don't know whether there were some of them among them. So we believe that all human rights are human rights and all humans should be respected. And I repeat my words, the international community must stop the hypocrisy of selective observation of human rights. All human rights are human rights and all humans deserve dignity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
People power! Our power! All human rights are? All human rights are?
What a president.
What an afternoon. What an evening. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have been eloquent enough. Let me invite Dr. Kauma to come and speak to us in these last minutes of what the program will be, but also pass on a vote of thanks for this very, very colorful day. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. We meet tomorrow. Dr. Kauma, come and give the last remarks of this evening. Thank you very much. Let's keep time tomorrow. Dr. Kauma.
Greetings, everyone. I think I already gave my final remarks, but I want to thank everyone.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
TV channels app kateli big and better. Anti app nyamwemu otuke munsi y'okunyumirwa. Selectinga Yo TV channels o streaming live radio net TV. Oba Kibanda Express katandike butandisi nga bwonyumirwe binna Uganda. Ate ku Bolingo Extra usupporting music wa Uganda ne comedy. Kyokanga ku muto abana bakunyumirwanga n'okuyiga olwakatuni ow'omulembe abaako ate nga ayigiriza. Downloading app ya Yo TV channels leero. Yo TV channels app kateli big and better. Anti app nyamwemu otuke munsi y'okunyumirwa. Selectinga Yo TV channels o streaming live radio net TV. Oba Kibanda Express katandike butandisi nga bwonyumirwe binna Uganda. Ate ku Bolingo Extra usupporting music wa Uganda ne comedy. Kyokanga ku muto abana bakunyumirwanga n'okuyiga olwakatuni ow'omulembe abaako ate nga ayigiriza. Downloading app ya Yo TV channels leero.